Hello and welcome. To day one of the world's first Hex conference, HexChange.live. Hello and welcome to day one of the world's first Hex.
From Maddie Allen of Hex Therapy Live. I like Maddie. Maddie tries to make the world a healthier place. He's a mental health professional. He's done research.
Hello and welcome.
There's nothing that a human being could do better than try and heal his fellow man.
I'm your host, Maddie Allen, a mental health and programmable money. Advocate. The world's first Hex conference, HexChange.live. I'm your host. The world's first Hex conference, HexChange.live. I'm your host. The world's first Hex conference, HexChange.live. I'm your host. Those technical difficulties. And now we welcome our global panel of content creators.
Hi guys, how's it going, everybody?
Hello everyone on the stream. Welcome.
G'day. We're here.
Good day, we're here. Thanks, Maddie, for
Awesome.
having.
We're here.
Good day. We're here. Thanks, Maddie, for
Awesome.
having us. Thank you very
Yeah.
much for
I'm gonna let
organizing
you
all
guys
of that.
take over. And thanks for being on. I'm looking forward to your panel.
Yeah, this the conference is awesome. You put so much work into it, and everything worked out so good. People are loving it. I just see it on Twitter every day. They're posting about it, and it's awesome.
Thank you. Yeah, it's my pleasure and honor. So I'll be back.
Nice.
See you, Maddie. Thank you very much.
So should we go ahead and introduce ourselves, maybe?
Sure.
Just start. Yeah, great idea, man.
So everybody in the show, thank you for coming by this global topic here in the Hex conference. My name is Ellen. I call myself Abbott Hex. I have a Twitter account. I'm an admin in a Hex meme Telegram chat. This is awesome as well. And I think this is mainly the thing what I'm known for. And since I'm in Hex since day one, I was able to lay off my daily job and reduce that to the absolute minimum. And since then, I'm a full-time Hexican. And what does that mean? I don't know for myself. I just make memes on the internet and post things on Twitter and like everything I see Hex related. And I guess that's what it means to be a full-time Hexican. I'm from Germany. Maybe you have heard that from my accent already. And that's why I do German videos on YouTube about Hex as well. And just lately, we started doing English content as well. And the numbers of those viewers is just blowing up. It is crazy how awesome this Hex community is. I'm just loving it totally.
Thank you very much, Abby. I think I go just on. And my name is hodl.dog. You know me from YouTube, probably doing videos from day one. First without face camera, but I guess after a couple of days, a couple of weeks doing videos, I came out and I'm happy to be part of the community. And I think we have a great global community. So yeah, thank you very much for having me, and just give the word to the next one.
Yep. G'day viewers on the Unwrecked Pirate. So yeah, we've got a bit of a variety YouTube channel that we started up just as I guess as an awareness educational thing in terms of getting new users into the network. And you know, look, we just like to participate and view and learn as we go. And so yeah, look, Unwrecked Pirate or Pirate Unwrecked on Twitter. We support the I guess the raising the awareness of Hex and things like that. And it's great to be having the conversation with you boys. And look, it is truly a global network, and we've got people from all over the world that are getting involved, getting into Hex and changing their lives, and that are motivated to sort of improve their lives and things like that. So it's kind of that's where we're coming from, and it's kind of just a bit of a variety channel that we promote Hex on, and have the conversation with our guys, and we've got some pretty high level expertise in there, and I'm probably the least qualified to talk about cryptocurrency, but we're just having a crack anyway. So thanks, it's great to be here, and I'm enjoying the conference. It's been great so far, and we're looking forward to getting on with you guys and having the chat. Thank you.
Awesome.
Well,
So sorry for me dropping out again. It was my internet again, so everything should be fine.
No worries. Yeah, you're looking good now.
To have you back,
You're lagging just a little bit. Yeah, I guess it's my turn. My name is Barely Crafty, and I've been in Hex since day 2. I would have been since day 1, but I got lucky with a bank transfer snafu that saved me a little bit. Yeah, exactly. I'm active on Twitter and YouTube and Twitch as well. I'm not as active as you guys, but I'm getting there. I have a few videos about staking ladders, and I try to stream on a weekly basis for now, just starting it slow. But I assure you that I'm as passionate Hexagon as all of you. I started my adventure in crypto started with the Cardano. It was like 2017, and Hex was my second coin. I was always drawn to staking coins from the very beginning, and before Big Payday, I have to confess that I did FOMO in a little bit and converted majority of my Cardano into Hex, because I just saw the potential and saw the possibilities. And that's basically it. I'm a big advocate of longer pays better, as all of us stakers are, and staking ladder connoisseur.
Totally agree.
The thing is, in Hex, the FOMOing never stops. I just FOMOed in yesterday again with everything I had left, and so I'm fully staked 100% now.
Perfect. Great to hear.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I think that's really good point, Abid. Like the FOMOing is going on day by day, and even if you FOMOed in day 1, I think we all FOMOed in again, because just price going up. People who will not buy now, maybe with 1 penny, but when Hex will be at 10 cents, we will see a bigger FOMO action going on, I'm pretty sure. So this is just a start. It's 1 year, a little more. We're just ready to go. I'm pretty damn sure.
Since we are all from different countries, Barely Crafty, where are you from? I haven't heard that.
Oh yeah, I lived that out. I'm from Poland. I'm currently located in Poland, but I was born in Russia, so that's where my weird accent coming from. It's like Russian accent with Polish accent on top. I've been living in Poland for past 20 years.
And just think about it. We are all from different places, got together, like-minded people, and making content about Hex. And I think this is why it will go on in waves. And Hodldoc just mentioned 10 cents. When we hit 10 cents and we Hexagons drive around with Lamborghinis and stuff, I think then people will want to come in even more.
Oh, it's success breeds success. I mean, and you look at the timeless design of Hex, and you look at the fact that, you know, we got multilingual, we've got people from all over the world. The longer something exists, the more likely it is to exist in the future. And if we look at Hex, we've got somewhere like, off the top of my head, somewhere like $800 million worth of value. Between that and probably $1 billion worth of value locked up in Hex in Hex staking for an average of 4.8 years. I mean, I bet those users who have staked those coins are, you know, expect that store of value to be there in the future, and it will remain into the future. And if we look at those things, you know, like the fastest appreciating asset class in history, the deflationary technology that Hex is built on, the simple value proposition of Hex and staking, and the endurance and the track record will come in time. Like, you know, it's only been a year, 100% uptime. It's the best performing asset in 2020. So it's just an exciting thing to be a part of. And the fact that we're all coming from it, we're all coming into the ecosystem from a different angle and having these conversations. And it's brilliant. It's brought a lot of people together. And that's I guess that's the beauty and elegance of the Hex game theory. It's just, there's nothing else like it. There's nothing else like this ever in the world. It's a innovation. It's an invention that's just, you know, changing the world day by day.
And that's what sorry, go on.
The game theory is really it. I, on my show, always asked our guests, for example, what their favorite part of the game theory is. And I was always saying my favorite part of the game theory is the locking up mechanism, right? It's a core of Hex, and it's not be seen in anywhere else in the financial market. But I tend to go away from that a little bit, because I recognize that what May Allen is saying all the time, that what happening in Hex is actually a community coming together, and you start to make better choices for yourself. And I'm thinking, if everything would go away from me, somehow I lose my wallet or whatever, my keys, and I would start again with Hex, it wouldn't be a problem for me, because this last year I learned so many like-minded people. I found friends. I learned how to make memes, make videos and stuff like this. And I could start any day from new. And this is so awesome. Like, every person can just find Hex today or tomorrow because of our videos, and start creating their own wealth.
Yep.
Yeah, that is a great point, because we hear more and more that people are asking, is it too late? Is it like, and the obvious for us, the obvious answer is no, and you just confirmed it. And I feel the same way. The benefits of being the part of this community and having the abundance of people to look up to learn from, and to interact with is just amazing. It would make that restart. Of course, we are not wishing that to anyone, but that restart would be so much easier. And I'm sure Ski Cat would hook you up.
Totally agree. And yeah, that's what I mentioned also in the beginning. It's not just the financial aspect we have on Hex, like the price appreciation. We get more Hex by locking up. It's also this global network of humans. So we are building like a decentralized network around the globe with humans, with Hexicans, with people like with the same idea, which are friendly. I think since a couple of years where I'm watching the crypto community, I never saw a friendlier and an opener community than the Hexicans. And yeah, this is really also part which pushed me a little bit also to step out and to be part some sort publicly, and not just behind the Twitter account or something.
So since we're on this panel,
I'm sorry.
But look, you have to tell us, how are you getting this crispy and beautiful sound, this voice? Is it just your normal voice, or does it has anything to do with the microphone?
I guess the mic helps a little bit, but I think it's also the voice. I have no idea, because I'm a terrible sound engineer. I have no idea what I'm doing. I was just flipping up those switches, and I hope it sounds great, because it's pretty damn hard to hear yourself and to guess if you're sounding great or not. So I have no idea.
It's crazy. Like, every Hexican woman is always, even grandma, Hex grandma is saying, "Oh, he has such a beautiful sounding voice and stuff." I think we should make those sound overs for Hex videos, I think.
Yeah, I'm working actually to upload all my episodes on a podcast, so we can just listen to that. And I don't know, I get a lot of DMs where people writing me that they are falling asleep when they listen to my stats. So that's pretty, I'm not sure if this is a compliment, but somebody messaged me, he messed up his dinner because he fell asleep. So his soup was cooking and he fell asleep listening to me. So at least he had a good sleep. We do something for the health.
Yeah.
Yeah, for audio is so important for video content, and it's like 70%, if not more, of in my opinion at least. And if I'm not mistaken, HODLdog is using the same mic as Hexo, and Richard?
Yeah, RG3 got some upgrades
RG3.
lately as well, and yeah,
So they're all sounding smooth.
it's quite also. I love technology, so and I thought I saw a lot of streams, and I thought I would like to go for the technique, for the quality. I tried to push out some great quality, and this is, I think, a goal I learned a lot over this 2020. I think it was a terrible year for a lot of people, and I think especially for the Hexicans, we have just we had an amazing year. And me personally, I learned a lot. I earned a lot of T-shares, luckily. So we are sitting on those T-shares, and it's just amazing how much potential Hex can bring to you, not just in Hex, like also besides you, like in the real life, what I learned, what I'm doing with my time. So I'm pretty happy. Yeah.
Yeah, the things you learn while you create is just awesome. The last year, I would never thought I would be able to create memes like the things I do now, but really using Photoshop and Premiere CC. Those are like pro software, you know.
Yeah, that's exactly what I mentioned. Like I was learning doing effects. You learn to stream. My last stream was lagging, so you just have to learn and improve step by step, and that's, I guess, how you do it and how you get better at stuff. Look at my first video with this screen capture from a MacBook with low quality audio. So yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, there is a lot of backstage, a lot of behind the curtain work when it comes to content creation. Whatever form of content it is, it's just like it's hard to realize until you try it and actually start doing it.
Totally agree.
Technology.
Levels and levels, like the audio alone, and then the image, and then the quality of your stream, the quality of your internet, it's just gets very technical. But if you want to do it, you just push through, and the passion, that's where the passion comes in, right? And also I wanted to mention, because our panel is titled Global, what I think about Hex is it's a truly global opportunity of 21st century for financial opportunity, because there are no borders, there are no limitations, and it is accessible to everyone. And I think that is beautiful, the trustlessness and the true DeFi nature of this product is just amazing, and it will keep drawing people in. There is no other way around it. We just need to keep pushing this message out.
Totally agree.
Filter out the FUD, filter out the noise, the hate. Just stay on point, because we are correct. Like, the truth is on our side, the code is on our side, and as we just need to give people this opportunity to learn, to do their own research. And
Hex users are incentivized to say good things about Hex, because, as you say, Barely Crafty, we are global, like in the technology. I mean, A-Bit, Hex, Germany, you're in Poland, we've got Hodel, I believe you're in Switzerland, and I'm down under in Australia.
Just on the other side.
You know, like the fact that, you know, we're incentivized to do that because we understand that, you know, every new user adds value to the asset.
I guess he's too far away now.
You know, so it's important that, and I say that integration and that inspiration that from the method of just talking about Hex and getting into the game theory and going into that deep rabbit warren if you want to, or just superficially just play your own games. You know, buy the Hex, stake the Hex, and come back in a couple of years or however long your stake lasts to unpack it. But Hodel Dog, your editing skills and your consistency with your channel and all that thing, I think that's a credit to you, mate. It's really enjoyed.
Thank you very much.
Really enjoyed watching your journey during the Hex. It's got us through a lot of those days, mate. Like, because we got like, hey, we got to tune in and like, you've been open and transparent about what you're doing with your stake and ladder, and I think a lot of people get value from that. And you know, and as Hex increases in value, the network grows. We have that exponential geometric mathematical equation where it just becomes a thing where the hex just becomes such a high value digital asset, and I think it's undervalued at the moment compared to, say, some of the other cryptocurrencies. That's just my observation. I'm obviously not an expert. It's not I don't provide financial advice. I don't have a license for any of that stuff. But just in my observation is that Hex is the best crypto. I don't know. Prove me wrong. I'm happy to be proven wrong, but I just think Hex is a game changer in the cryptocurrency space. And the fact that you've got such a transparent market with the buys and the sells, the Uniswap.vision, all of that stuff. There's no, I don't know, manipulation. There's no sort of front running. Oh, look, there's all of that stuff. But hey, the easiest way to sort of use Hex is to just Uniswap it and stake. It's brilliant. Like, just even the way the numbers all line up, to me it's very well designed, and to see it actually implemented and working in the real world space and bringing people together and transcending all that mathematics and all of that computer science into you and your behavior. You be your own bank. You interact with the code. You press the button. It's a mindset. It's a mindset for people, and the method is there, and everyone's motivated to. How Richard Hart says it, as a meritocracy type mindset, where you're rewarding yourself for your own good behaviour, and on the other side of that there's carrot stick. So if you don't meet the terms of your smart contract that you put into place, you'll be penalised for that. So anyway, yeah, so it's great. It's great to be a part of the community. It's great to be involved in Hex, and watching the numbers all the time. I find fascinating. I probably spend more time than I need to looking at it because it's fun. It's fun to do, and it's the speculative. It's just the speculative stickiness in the game theory is, as you said before, but you as the more time you spend looking at it, the more you sort of can pick up the dips, and the more you can sort of see whether the opportunities are on that buy sell chart. We all know as hexagons that have been around the block a few times now, when you see those sells, they're buying opportunities. So yeah. And
you mentioned the mindset, and just last week I was showing my mother the Staker app, and I had this moment, where I realized, I haven't realized that before. I just realized it last week. Hey, I'm set. I have my staking ladder. Nothing can happen to me anymore. I'm just having money coming in, and I don't have to do anything for it. The crazy thing is, I don't want to cash out my my Hex, because just at the keynote we saw yesterday, if you sell your Hex, you will lose so much ground compared to somebody who is just staking for 15 years. So that's why I reduced my job, and I'm living from that job, but I'm not selling any of my Hex. It's more the difference. Just like Kareem said, true accumulation never stops. You always the dollar cost average. And I just had this mindset, this moment where I realized, man, I will probably never work in my life again. Like 8-hour job, just Hex stuff.
No more working from 9 to 5. Sounds
exactly.
good.
That's it.
I'm not there yet, but definitely that is the goal, and it becomes more and more achievable with each day. And I wanted to go back to the community for a little bit, because once again, title of the panel, the community is global, and community is very approachable. And I can assure you, because hopefully a lot of people, hopefully also audience is global of people watching us right now. Maybe some of them are new to Hex. I can assure you that if you do just a little bit of your own research and read through the website hex.com, if you have any questions, you can reach out to anyone on Twitter with a Hex handle or Hex picture. You can reach out to me, to anyone you can find. The community is so supportive and so open. They will point you to the right place. They will tell you. They will try to explain. They will try to give you some tips. It is the most approachable community from any point of entry, and I love it about this. And I've never been in such a place, you know, in such a place where I feel at home, basically. And I have like a virtual family of hexagons all over the world. And those people, of those members of our community, to everyone, different members of community speak to different people, right? And for me, I treat it like pieces of the puzzle. Of course, the main piece, the where it all started, is Richard Hart, right? But I was building my confidence, and just a few examples. Kyle was another huge piece of a puzzle that boosted my confidence in the project. OG, Day 43 OG, that was another piece, and I can keep naming names from the community, but that's not the point, right? The decentralized nature and natural nature of this community, that's what beautiful, truly beautiful, and there is nothing like it. No one is getting paid. No one is getting like referral benefits. No, we are doing it out of passion. We feel towards Hex, and we just want to spread the word right across, to give people the opportunity to take part if they like it. If you learn the rules, if you find with the rules, you can play by the rules and get rewarded at the end.
Totally agree. That is a really good point. Like the openness of the community, but also the level of education. Like you can jump in like on every platform and you get educated if you want to. If you're not just running around like a chicken and screaming about scams. And we saw, for example, Nagabo was a perfect example. He was not sure we could like educate him, or we, like RG3, the captain himself, educated him, and he did better. He got more happy actually, and that is a great side effect. But also what you said about the global stats, I really appreciate to have people all over the world. I just saw the chat before that we are working on a global chat if we have people from all over the world with a map, and that would be great just to have some hexagons everywhere and like distributing and spreading the knowledge. So.
And I would love to meet everybody, you know, just go
New
and
dots popping up.
yeah, this would be awesome to have like just the Twitter shout out, hey, I'm in Brazil right now, who is from Brazil, any hexagon, and do you have just a meet out? Yeah, that'd be so much fun.
And there needs to be what you said really crafty about it, starts at the top, that recognition and that acknowledgement of the work Richard Hart has done and is doing around, I shouldn't say work, but the fact that the culture and that hexagons are so great and helpful and selfless. It's because of just the effort and time that he put into doing those streams. There was no monetization of any of his self-help books or any of his educational talks, where he would just talk on stream for hours and hours and educate people freely. And it's that universal law of reciprocation, of being able to give unselfishly. And I think that's what hexagons are like. That leadership at the top has filtered down into the community, and that's why we have such a great community and such a strong strength and sense of belonging within the group, and just solid belief in Hex as a product, that it is the best crypto without a doubt. And it's you know, like those good behaviours are what we like to see. It's that I have admiration for so many hexagons and all of you guys that I've seen. I follow them and support all of the content. I don't like to use the word content creator, but the artists or the people that are actually expressing themselves and having the courage to actually put their face on camera and live stream and create that, like all the statistics, you know, like the Hex.vision, the Hex.live, the Staker app, all of these great things that have been sort of grassroots. That the consultation that was done and the formation of Hex is just, you know, it never. There's always surprises. There's always something great to talk about in Hex, and I'm excited about the opportunity. And right now, you know, it's never a better time right now just to get in. It doesn't matter when you get into Hex. That's the good thing about it. There's always something great to talk about. So
And
here
if
we
you
are.
have no expectations, you will get more surprised when new stuff is coming out. So this
That's
is a
right.
nice side effect as well. And you mentioned a pretty important point. Nobody gets actually paid in Hex at the moment. The launch phase is over. The referral program is over. So nobody can click a link. And all the people we see, Maddie, who is organizing an awesome stream over 4 days, it's for free. It's for free for the people, and we don't get like ref links out at the moment. Maybe soon with the Staker app, but this is in the pipeline. But at the moment, this is really free work, and I think this is a great part to see all the volunteering on Hex. So
with the Staker app, the referral code, it will be so awesome, because I think every Hexican is already showing to his friends the Staker app and what those numbers are there. And I think with the referral code, you have like one more incentive to tell your friend, hey, come on, get in. I know nobody wants to talk about taxes and money and financial freedom in the future. Nobody wants to talk about it. Everybody wants to talk about partying and just living life right now. But those are really important topics. And I think with the Staker app, you can really bring out the word of Hex. And I think that's going to be a huge thing for Hex in the future.
yeah, and I think with, sorry, go on. I think with, sorry, I'm mute.
Well, there you go. Oh, I was just going to say it's that long-term thought processes, and yeah, look, certainly in terms of ease of onboarding, and you know, and Richard Hart talks a lot about the importance of adoption. That Staker app is got the potential to be the killer app, and it already is now for guys that are already in the network. You know, singing the praises of Staker, and that's just going to, when they bring in that next level, that next layer of actually being able to stake within the app, that's going to be another pump of metal, I think.
Totally,
Sure.
and to make the link back to the global topic, we will see also even more global adoption with the app. You see, like there is an app. Almost everybody on the world has a cell phone in their hand, and the Staker app will connect all the Hex token holders and Staker class together. So yeah, maybe we'll have some sort of a real good communication tool as well with the Staker app, not just to interact with the smart contract, but also to get connected globally with people who are doing the same.
Yeah, that's brilliant.
What do you guys think should the community do to bring the word of Hex out even more? Like, I think there's certain things everybody can do. You know, we maybe like doing videos. That's why we come out and do those videos. But I think everybody can do certain things. What do you guys think this could be? Like buying Hex for sure, staking Hex for sure. But is there anything else you guys could think of? Like what a normal guy could do to help Hex out?
Showing the mad juicy gains to everybody. I don't know. No.
Yeah, I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about like going on Twitter and just like the Hex content, you know, just like the Hex videos, write comments, and maybe go to the Hex Telegram and write with people. There are so many questions there, and you can also help people there. And I think this is the way for the community to just engage more and just get out there on the social media.
Yeah, I think we have to spread the word even harder. Even the Hexicans are already spreading the word everywhere and posting everywhere, but we are just in the beginning of the bull run. So every other crypto will compete with us, and they are also loud. So you have to be the loudest in the space, and by the end. And we are doing already a great job, but this outbound messaging, this should be also the way to go, I guess, to enhance the adoption.
And it's pretty cheap and powerful to do that. Like that's really the end game, is that network effect that we're aiming for, and you know, that the scalability and the virality that you're talking about. But you can do all that. There's that online presence, but also I don't like to be. It's just I guess it's more like a soft approach in the real world, like Hodel Dog said about, you know, showing the I guess a little bit of success that you've had with Hex in terms of, we call it juicy mad gains, however you want to frame that. But just when you're having the conversations with people that you know in your life, but it's one of those things, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. People have to make that decision. They've got to be motivated themselves. They've got to ask themselves, how can I use this? Why must I use this? And when will I use this? And they've got to answer those questions for themselves. So you can present all of this information around, hey, well, this is basically like a term deposit. It's a bank account, but there's no bank. You're the bank. It's moved on the blockchain, and it's paying high interest at the moment. The average APY for an average length stake is around 38, 39%. Well, hey, there's nothing better. It's the best performing asset of 2020. It's been around 100% uptime, and I know that some of the more traditional investors like to see a bit more of a track record, maybe 2 or 3 years down the track. Well, that's an opportunity for individuals now to say, well, look, I started throwing in just beer money, lunch money into this thing, and it's grown from a seed to a tree, and I'm just so happy and it's to see
and
what
the T-shirts are the roots who are going deep.
Yeah, and then you get into that synthetic stakes and shares, and then you discover that this is really a true innovation. This is a breakthrough in the technology, and this is something that's different to all the other cryptos that are out there, and that's my observation. But yeah, look, it's kind of like just trying to friendly encouragement with people that you meet, and if they're receptive to it, it's a lot easier when someone's actually been in, maybe had a little bit of a dabble with crypto, or they've got a bit of an Ethereum sitting in there somewhere that they haven't touched for a couple of years. That's what we have over here. We're a little bit behind the technology curve in our country, I think, but it's gradually getting there. And as it's, I've noticed that there's been a number of articles in the Australian Financial Review citing crypto, and obviously with this bull run and Bitcoin and Ethereum and everything like that, eventually the money from those overvalued assets, or probably not, perhaps that they will find their way into Hex. I firmly believe that investors that are that shrewd and people that have money don't have any emotive around those decisions. They will just, it's a purely economic decision where they can get yield. And so when they see what Hex can do, that it's actually program money, the sky's the limit. The sky really is the limit on what the Hex price will do. So it's exciting to be sort of like strapped in and in for the ride and on this journey with you boys. That's kind of where we came from with our channels. Like, I don't want to be having this opportunity and keeping it all to myself like a little prize. I want to share it. I want to let people know that this is something great and marvelous that they want to have a crack at. Like, look at us. We've done it. You can too. And it doesn't matter when you start. If you start now and your dollar cost average in, scale in as much as you can afford, doesn't have to be sheep stations. And that's really it. Yes, it's classed as a risky asset, but I actually think Hex is really, really solid. I prefer to have my money, hard money, sitting in Hex than I would having it sitting in a bank account. That's just my view. I think I feel a lot more safe and secure having Hex. I love it. I just can't speak enough highly about it. So yeah.
What do you guys think is the best thing Hex has achieved the last year in 2020? For me, for example, is I would never thought that I would buy a coin like in the beginning of Hex, that Hex would end up in the top 10 after only 1 year. I think this is, for me, is the greatest thing Hex have done.
Yeah, reaching top 5 for a brief moment, that was definitely unexpected. I would never expect that to happen within the first year. That was crazy. And if I may go back to your previous question for a little bit about onboarding and promoting Hex, I would personally separate it into 2 sections. Your circle of friends and family, and like Twitter and internet in general. In my case, the most effective method was just sitting down and giving some Hex, giving some ETH, showing what to do, how to interact with the contract, and that's it. And if they decide to buy more, that's on them. My conscience is clear. I told them, I showed them. They cannot blame me that I kept that to myself. That's the biggest problem I was afraid of. And as far as internet goes in general, I think the most important for Hex community at this point moving forward is focus on education, focus on being kind and open. Of course, sometimes you need to strike back, but as I would personally prefer to see Hex community lead by example. You know, we have all the strong points on our side. We do not need to go down to the same level of aggression and calling names or, you know, calling other projects shitcoins and stuff like that. Just focus on what's good in Hex and try to convince people to check it out. We don't need to shill anything. We just, Hex is not a product you want to shill. It's so beautiful. It's so perfect. You just need to show it and like, okay, just shut up for a moment. Just look at this, and that's
try it out.
Just brief moment of attention. That's enough, in my opinion.
And at one point, you have the obligation to like tell the people. I want to tell the people about Hex because last year was so amazing for me. Learned a lot, made a lot of gains, and everything that was so beautiful when we had a pandemic, guys. Everybody had just lost their jobs, is struggling financially, and we Hexingen are just doing awesome. And I feel I have the obligation to tell the people about Hex. That's why I'm doing it.
So many great highlights.
People will soon, if it hasn't started already, people will point fingers at us, and they just as they pointed fingers at Bitcoin OGs and Ethereum OGs, and they will call us lucky. But guys, in my opinion, luck is a factor. I'm not saying that luck is not a factor. We were lucky to follow Richard Hart. We were lucky to be there when the project launched, right? But luck is just it's not a dominant factor. We had to do our own research. We had to make our own call, make that decision, take that action. How do you think, what do you think the ratio is of people who knew about Hex and own 0 Hex today? I think we are in minority. Right. We are in minority. We took action. Don't let anyone downplay our achievement and our success. It is not luck. It is our effort, it is our time, and it is our risk. It is easy to point back and say, oh, you're so lucky. You got Bitcoin at X dollars or X cents. Oh, you got Hex under a penny. Where were you? If you didn't know about it, that's cool. That's fine. You know about it now. You're listening to us now. Sacrifice that half an hour, go to hex.com, read the webpage, like read everything you can find, every single tab. If you have any questions, hit up any Hexagon. They will reach out to you and help you and point you and educate you further and give you all the information you need to move forward.
Yeah, well said.
Totally agree with that. And it's also not just like, let's try out this white paper and this promises. It's like a product. Maybe also to come back to the beginning, why I'm interested in Hex. It is not just a promise. It's also a product. And Richard Hart said this many times. It takes a lot of time to do software. And I think this is a great time to be in crypto before a bull market. We had 1 year and we have a finished product, which on top we will have new features, new products. But the core product, the Hex product, is finished and is working 100% uptime since the year. So we have no hacks, we have no scams or whatever, rug pulls, and without naming other coins, but this stuff happens in the space and you have to be aware. And with Hex, you have a solid programmable money in the space. And this is new. This is the first time we have this.
Yeah, barely crafty. You mentioned luck. I think I got lucky to found Richard Hart videos, and they helped me a lot. But I think it was not an easy thing. You know, you had to do the research yourself, and then you would also have to put in the money yourself. So while everybody is funding you, you're still buying hacks. This is not easy, guys. And I bet it wasn't easy for the Bitcoin OGs to buy Bitcoin 2010 or whenever. You know. It was actually hard. Dollar cost averaging when the price is going down even, you know. I'm fairly new to crypto. I'm like in crypto for 1.5 years about, and to invest in hacks when everybody else was saying don't do that, and my friends were saying, oh man, don't do that, you will lose everything. It was not easy, and that's why I think it's not luck that I have, you know. It is my decision to do that, do the education for myself and put the money where my mouth is actually.
You mint your own rewards, David.
Absolutely.
That's awesome, mate. That's awesome. That's a great story, and I'm in a similar vein as well. I mean, but what an awesome year it's been in Hex. And if you just take that 1 year and flip it out in a year, and we look a year back and a year forward, I mean, I think this thing's just getting started. So it's very, very exciting, very, very exciting to be involved with Hex. There's so many great things, so many awesome milestones and achievements, and that we're a part of. So yeah, it is very, very, very grateful and appreciative of being a part of this as well. So yeah.
This is maybe a good point. You're pointing out Unwrecked Pirate, because now you're an Unwrecked Pirate as well. So that I love your name, and yeah, I'm thankful for everything. Thankful for Richard Hart, who is putting in his lifetime to give us more free time, and he created a product which we can benefit from. And now we put some work in, and we will benefit from. So this is perfect, and I'm not only thankful for that, I'm also totally overwhelmed when I posted some YouTube videos, and the subscribers just went up, the community grew, and this is amazing. So I'm really thankful for every support out there, every viewers. Thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah, I'm also excited for the future, of course. And what I like the most is when people like write me on Telegram or on Twitter and just say, thank you for like educating me about Hex. I got into Hex as well. And this is the best feeling you can have when you know that the thing you experienced in 2020, now everybody else is experiencing as well, because they got in because of you. And that's actually, I think, why I'm doing that. I want to bring out the name so everybody can benefit from Hex.
Yeah, you get more from helping others, and I think that's probably one of the resounding things where we said about that universal law of reciprocation and being able to give unselfishly to help others. I think there's merit in that, but like, you know, it's some people don't want to be helped, and that's fine too. But the ones that do, and what Barely Crafty said about that, and Abid and Hodl Dog about that knowledge, going to the website hex.com and absorbing that knowledge, or getting that into your mind, and then actually taking action. That takes a bit of courage. You know, you need to have a bit of motivation, and you need to know what the method is. And it comes back to that mindset. You know, integrating that and being inspired by Hex to actually take positive action and improve your life. And I think that's where you're getting that from a code to a maths, just to, you know, code running on a blockchain to you and your behavior, how you live your life. You know, it's sort of raising the bar to the next level and a standard, and that's what we're seeing in like for Hex changes, for example. I mean, that keynote speech that you and Hex Line did yesterday, that sort of stuff, that can be timestamped, that can be put into a time capsule and shown to anyone that's new, that doesn't know Richard Hart, doesn't know Hex, doesn't know any of us from a bar estate, and can see that and actually go, oh, hang on, I need to look into that, and do their own research and actually discover that, hey, there's a lot to learn here. We don't know everything, and maybe this is something that we should give consideration for putting our hard-earned dollars into, and make more money or make more Hex from staking.
Exactly.
You know, so
I just read in the comments, what is your favorite thing to say to onboard no coiners? For me, it is when people ask me what I do for a living, I just say I print my own money. And then they're all curious. So who wants your own money? Yeah, I just go online, use the blockchain, use code, and I print Hex myself. And they always ask, so why don't you just print as much as you want? And I say, oh, it's not easy to print money. You have to have the equipment and stuff. In Hex, this would be the same as T-shirts. It's not cheap to buy those T-shirts anymore. But actually, you print your own money just by saying, I'm staking for 1 week, and then there you print your own money. That's awesome. That's gets them people talking, you know. That's where I always find the point where they are interested in.
Yep. You be your own bank. You are the bank. You're the bank manager.
That point people don't understand. If you say you are your own bank, they don't understand it. But that's what I have experienced. But once you say you print your own money, somehow they feel it. They can relate to that. I don't know why.
We should get the best logo. They got the best logo as well. We should go and just stick that everywhere around the city. Just go put stickers all on the bus stops everywhere. You know, eventually, you know, it's like gradually, we keep doing the work. We're a united front. All the content's going out, and then eventually, and then suddenly, bang, we'll just get that network effect, all that, and the virality as well. And I wasn't around in crypto to see what those FOMO rallies are like, but I think that at some point in this, if we're going into a bull cycle, we're going to see some pretty serious appreciation of the asset Hex. But again, without making any forward-looking statements. But I know that I don't want to steal anyone's thunder on the Hex Changes conference either, because I know there's full sessions on speculation and price as well. So yeah, look, I think the important point is for this conversation is around the global network, the fact that we've got people from different walks of life, different countries, different cultures, and different speaking languages, and they can all appreciate the value and see that the timeless design of Hex, the game theory of Hex, and just it's just brilliant. The elegance of the mathematics, the whole, it's the full deal. It's the real deal, you know. 100% uptime, everything's going perfectly. Look at the chart. Look at the Hex chart. Come on. There's
exactly, the chart.
better chart.
What do you think is the most important thing in crypto? It is only numbers go up. And since we only have a couple of minutes left, what do you guys think is our price in Hex, like for the next year, for example? Because people love to hear about the price, you know. For me, it's still $7. I think we will hit the $7 in 2021. People were just laughing at me when I first said it, but since a couple of weeks, people are saying like $50, $100. Since when has my $7 not been enough? You know. What do you guys think about the price?
I'm going with a T-share prediction of $25,000 in 1 year for one T-shirt.
Wow.
So it's 100x about, right?
Dude, we are programmed to do a 10,000x, and I realized that people sometimes forget about that. We did, I don't know, what was the highest X? 260, 300x?
Yeah, 360,
even better. But it's designed to do a 10,000x, so we should see some action as well. And I think it's going beyond our visualization on the chart at the moment. So we will see this chart, and the T-share is the most important. So this rate will go up, and yeah, stay tuned.
My opinion might not be the most popular. I don't really care about the price. If it goes up, great. If it goes down, even better, because I'm still accumulating. God damn it! Which is also a great point. If I still have time, some people might assume watching this that. Okay, you're not getting paid, but you must have a huge bag, right? For you to take up your time, volunteer your time to the project. In my case, I am a happy squid. I'm a happy squid, and I'm creating Hex content, and I'm passionate about it, and I'm in since day 2, And some might consider it, oh, you're just a squid. Everyone's situation is different. Everyone can put in a certain amount of funds towards crypto. And I'm a happy squid. Being a squid in my situation, the interest I'm getting on Hex already at 1 cent surpassed my day job earnings per month. So how can I not be happy? How can I not be happy? And the global thing about this also is, it's a very important point in my opinion. It all started with Richard, right? With 1 point. Richard created Hex. People started coming, Hexo, RG3, the dollar cost crypto, Johnny Chaos, everyone, right? And Richard changed their lives. And then the next level, they are changing other people's lives. And it's just sprinkling. It's like a snowball effect, a global snowball life-changing effect, which is like awesome to witness.
I think that would be a great topic for another talk. What is Hex doing per country? Because what you just said, with the average salary per month, you already surpassed this, and it looks different in different countries, I guess. So this could be also a talk on another day. And Maddie jumped in. Welcome back, bro.
Hey guys, this has been awesome.
Thank you.
I'm so glad you guys were willing to donate your time and great ideas to share with us. And Hex is truly a global phenomenon and will continue to grow in really amazing ways. So I wanted to thank you guys.
Thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it.
Our pleasure.
We'll see you guys later. Take care.
Cheers.
Take care. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Peace.
Great. And I'll bring up our next guest here, Nerd Girl 007. How's it going?
Hey, great. Thanks for having me, Maddie.
Yeah, I'm excited for your talk. And so we'll let you take over.
Okay, awesome. All right. All right, so, whoops. Hang on, sorry, 1 second. All right, I'm calling myself from the future on my 555 stake, and the gas price is too high, so I may come out a bit pixelated. When I was a college student, I did my fieldwork in the Middle East, documenting rogue implementations of Sharia law. I embarked on this particular endeavor for a few reasons. One, it was easy to get funding for research pertaining to Islamic practices and people. Two, it challenged my Western conceptual framework of reality. And three, I wanted to understand what societal conditions would need to be met for a group of people to justify violent punishment, and in some cases, even death, for those who violated their collective sense of order. The time that I spent in Iran and in the UAE informed my understanding of a people whose epistemology was so different from the one with which I was accustomed that there's no way I could have learned what I did without actually living among the people who practiced it. As my time in the Middle East drew to a close and rumors spread that I'd soon be leaving, numerous people came up to me and said, "When you go back to America, please tell them Iranian government is bad, but Iranian people are good." I responded, same. Those words and the experiences I had abroad stayed with me, and they shaped everything that's come since. Back in the US, I fought with my chair and the committee members of my board incessantly about the direction my dissertation was taking. Eventually, I dropped out of the PhD program in favor of pursuing a less stressful career path far away from academia. I started doing retail arbitrage. A few years went by, and my past caught up with me in a new form, cryptocurrency. A guy who I was dating would not shut up about crypto, and more specifically about Ethereum. Not only did he believe this investment would make him rich in a very short time span, but he also fervently believed that the technology these cryptocurrencies was built on would change the world. His passion and conviction were contagious. I began to learn about the bigger picture surrounding the whole cryptocurrency movement, and it tied to a lot of the work I had done earlier in my academic career. After a few months of investigating, I came to the conclusion that I should buy some Ethereum too. So I thought that staking would be implemented later that year, in 2017, And Ethereum could serve not only as passive income for me, but also potentially as a realistic solution for the UBI problem that humanity faces. I invested my life savings, which wasn't much, but it was everything I had. I convinced my mom, her boyfriend, my sister, her husband, my grandma, every one of my friends who would listen, my Botox doctor, and complete strangers to buy varying amounts of cryptocurrency. And then I revisited some of my old colleagues from the university to see what they thought about this socio-political economic movement that was taking people from rags to riches and sometimes back again in a really short time. Their responses were varied. Many of them had no interest in anything I was talking about since I'd abandoned academia. Many thought I had become involved in some kind of strange cult. But there was one who always understood that I saw things differently and encouraged me to press on no matter what he or anyone else thought. Dr. Abdullahi Ghalib is a Sudanese revolutionary and freedom fighter turned journalist and sociologist. I owe him an immense debt of gratitude because it was through conversing with him about the groups I saw forming in cryptocurrency that I was able to formulate my original research questions. From afar at first, I watched as members of different crypto tribes formed their collective identities. Bitcoiners, Maxis, Ethereans, XRP Army, and the list goes on and on. Each group had unique characteristics that carried on to individual members, at least to some degree. The more isolated and excluded from the whole each tribe was, the more hostile and maximalish were its individual members. In early 2019, I began contributing to the cryptosphere professionally when I took a freelance journalist position with a popular crypto news media outlet. Now, at that time, the biggest story in cryptocurrency was the most recent hard fork of Bitcoin Cash, BSV. I noticed that the media outlet I was writing for, along with every other crypto media outlet, was bashing the newly minted coin primarily for one reason. They hated its founder. I had to talk to him and to the whole community about the trends I'd been noticing and see what they thought about how it applied to their tribe. I proposed the idea that I interview Wright to my editors, and they agreed, and Wright also agreed. So it was during the research for this piece that I first came across Richard Hart, but more on that later. So Craig Wright and I exchanged a few emails, and then I flew to Canada to meet him and to attend the CoinGeek conference there and see with my own eyes what was going on in this crypto cult community. Before I left, my editors, cypherpunk and Bitcoin core developer Jameson Lopp, and a number of other big-name crypto celebs encouraged me not to go. They told me I shouldn't give the time of day or media attention to that scammer, and if I did go, definitely not to drink the Kool-Aid. Of course, all of their discouragement only made me want to go more. So after meeting the BSV tribe, I went to another conference in town where I met Ken Bozak. When I told him where I'd just been, he had the sourest look on his face. And then I outlined my anthropological interest in cryptocurrency and tribalism. So I think that may be the reason why, for this past year, he's tolerated my sometimes not so subtle references to Hex and is now a new member of the Hexican community who we're so glad to have on board. Anyway, the next day at the Crypto Chicks conference, I had a completely different experience than the day prior. People were welcoming and I didn't feel like an outsider. And on that day, I realized that the people at the BSV conference were probably nicer to me than people would have been to them at Crypto Chicks. And so, not realizing who she was, I told Vitalik's mom. Iranian government is bad. Iranian people are good. Anyway, it was this draw to study whichever tribes I thought were most marginalized that first led to my interest in Hex. So I asked Richard Hart to come talk to me about his experience with crypto tribalism, both as a former maximalist and now as a maximalist's target. And he ignored me. So I kind of moved on to something else. So I would like to thank my friends Amaris Brown and RG3 for bringing me back into Hex to continue my research. And when I returned, I started looking for one thing. Why were people calling Hex a scam? And I went back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. But no matter what I did, I couldn't find a good reason that held up under critical scrutiny. And still I didn't own any because I didn't want my judgment to be compromised by the token's rapidly rising value. I began to see hexagons everywhere. I dreamt of Hex. Like Ethereum before it, I woke up in the night knowing I should buy some. But unlike Ethereum, this time I was burdened by the inherited tribalism I'd picked up while studying it and by the fear that if I went further with my public support of Hex, I would alienate much of the following I'd worked so hard to build. Over time, of course, things changed. Eventually, Richard agreed to an interview. I also ended up acquiring some Hex for a TikTok I made in which I lauded the coin's audits. It wasn't easy to overcome those hurdles of being shunned for liking a token that the vast majority disliked without ever having done their own research. All communities in which there are elements of maximalism dislike discussions about tribalism. After all, groups that are marginalized need to form collectives to give themselves the strength to continue. Banding together makes people stronger. So it should come as no surprise that there are elements of maximalism within the Hex community. Sometimes Hexicans get mad at me because I talk about tribalism too much in their opinion. But what those who find my interest in this crypto-sociological phenomenon don't understand is that the reason I think tribalism is a problem in crypto isn't because I want to disparage collectivism. It's because when groups close themselves to the whole, we all miss out. In this case, anti-Hex sentiments cost a lot of people a lot of money, and they cost a lot of people friends and business relationships as well. I remarked earlier about the numerous times I feared Ken Bozak would block me, and while he never pushed that button, many others did. That's really a shame, because not only does it end sometimes long-standing relationships, it also closes the door for collaboration between groups. And collaboration is something that I think is sorely lacking, not only in cryptocurrency, but in the world at large. For me personally, it's a problem because when doors close, that limits the scope of my research. And while some may think it's silly, it means something to me. And I need your continued support to further advance it. Today, I'm a proud Hexican, a cutthroat, and a member of the 5555 Club, but I never forget. Iranian government is bad. Iranian people are good. Those who reiterated this statement were clearly aware of the growing animosity between our nations, and they wanted American people to know that their beef was with the government, not the people of Iran. That's important because what it means is that war hurts people, not institutions. And while the statement isn't a perfect correlation for Hex and Hexicans, I hope you can see where I'm going with it. Make love, not war. Richard Hart is Hex's founder's name. You are all great. Thanks for your time. I'm Nicole Grinstead, aka Nerd Girl 007, no vowels. And thanks for coming to my Hex talk. That's it. I'm done.
Good job. Everybody loved it in the comments. They're all commenting. You got Ken in the comments as well, even. And now I know we have another 8 minutes with you. What would you like to discuss?
Okay, sorry. So I guess I didn't write a long enough presentation. No, I guess I don't know. Is there anything? Does anybody with their questions or anything? I could take some questions, or if you have questions, I don't know.
Sure. So what are some of the other things you've learned through your research that make Hex stand out as something special?
Okay, well, so Hex stood out as something special because it was really like the active target of crypto tribalism, and it was really odd because originally I think that I thought it's a scam, right? I mean, everybody is saying it's a scam, it must be a scam. But the more that I looked, the more that I couldn't make sense of people's reasoning for disliking the project. I mean, I could understand not wanting to put 100% of your net worth into it. I can understand even saying, hey, I don't want to put anything into it, but like, good luck. But the way that people were acting was so, I don't know, disproportionate to what seemed appropriate, especially because it wasn't like Hex was trying to take the name Bitcoin, right? Which has been a huge issue within the crypto community. Like previous instances of tribalism have a lot of them been because someone or some group was claiming that they were the true Bitcoin. With Hex, that wasn't the case at all. So it didn't make sense, and it kind of just felt like people were just outraged about the existence of a new coin just for the sake of being outraged, and like it sparked this, I don't know, understanding that I applied, you know, outside of cryptocurrency, outside of Hex. And I don't know, I think I started to see a lot of things differently.
And that's totally true. I think now another question I have for you is, so at some point you did get the attention of Richard Hart and get a chance to talk to him maybe more than once. I've seen you guys stream together. Can you say more about how accessible he is and what you've learned from him?
Sure. Yeah. So Richard is super accessible. He's always on Telegram, even if, you know, even if he's not like responding on Twitter or something. If you send him a message on Telegram, he responds right away. I think that, like, even though he is, you know, I don't like how to, I guess people say that he's like an egomaniac or something, but like, I've worked in cryptocurrency for a while. I've worked with several different leaders, and anybody who's been in Richard's position is like that. so it's not like Richard is worse than anyone else, except for that, and he's more accessible. I would say that he's a huge asset to the Hex community. Just the amount of time that he spends streaming and onboarding new people and talking to people on Twitter and on Telegram. I've never really seen a founder go that far above and beyond, especially not one whose product is doing as well as it is. So yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I mean, Richard's always a pleasure to talk with. I you know, I like him.
Are you gonna rebrand, or are you gonna stick with what you've already got?
Yeah, I'm gonna stick with what I've got. So I know he wanted me to change and either put the vowels back in my name or change my name altogether. But I was like, I did Nerd Girl with no vowels because it's like a nerd thing, you know? So yeah. I'm sorry, you know, I guess maybe I could be bigger or something, but I feel like it would be a betrayal. So for now, I have no intention of rebranding, but that could change, I guess. Yeah.
Well, I'm sure many people will follow you no matter what you call yourself, and I know that you are in multiple tribes, and that can't be easy for you. But it sounds like that fits with kind of the story that you shared today, your all your experience in your life, and so that's a really cool thing for you to be kind of in this unique research position.
Well, I never want to be so hyper focused in one thing that like I'm not open to something else. You know, if I was so hyper focused in Bitcoin when Hexicans came to talk to me, then I never would have, I don't know, been open to learning about the project in the way that I did, and I wouldn't be here today. And it's not because I think that something better than Hex is going to come along. That's not the case at all. It's because I think that like doors and lines of communication belong open.
Awesome. Yeah.
So I see a question actually from Funding Jim. Ask me if I think thawing out maxis are the best use of time and resources, or if informing no coiners is a better investment by Hexicans. Yeah, no coiners, definitely a better investment by far, better time investment by far, in my opinion. I also think that maxis are kind of starting to come around. Yeah, what do you think?
Yeah, I think well, it's hard for me to tell really, because as you kind of pointed out, we're all kind of in echo chambers, and with my time, I'm most interested in learning about the emergent properties of Hex to be able to contribute to mental health and programming mental health into money. I'm interested in creating Hex content and onboarding my loved ones into Hex, and so I really don't catch a lot of other things that go on in the world or in other cryptos, but you know, when they get here, I'm sure, like, you know, we'll see more and more people who have been in other cryptos or who are coming into crypto for the first time.
Yeah, I think so. Sorry, my presentation was a little bit short. I think I didn't realize that it had 20 minutes.
Oh, you're fine. No worries. Yeah, and I know we've all enjoyed your talk, and it was well prepared and succinct, and I hadn't heard your backstory before, and so that's
Okay,
really
thanks,
great
guys.
to hear.
Thanks so much for having me.
Yeah, so hopefully we'll see you around during the social and the
Yep.
rest of the conference.
Yep, I'll be around.
Thanks again for presenting.
Bye.
What's up, guys?
Hey,
Can you hear
Gary,
me
how's
well?
it going? It's good to see you.
It's good to see you. Good to see you. I'm glad to participate in this. I'm so thankful that you created this content, this format. It's excellent. You know, maybe that I've been supportive of health and mental issues for a while. That's one of the things I was participating in Hex originally for.
Thank you. Yeah.
And yeah, I'm really glad that, you know, someone that has knowledge base and education about some of the stressors of our modern life is, you know, hosting something like this Hex Exchange, the first one. It's very cool.
It's my honor. Thank you. And now I'll hand over the show to you.
Great. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. So I wanted to share, you know, people that know me from discourse or from my own content, things that I generate. If I'm trying to stay on topic, I tend to wander off because things just get so interesting. So instead of me talking through a script, actually I created a video, and the video is a little bit of backstory and then how I became aware of Richard Hart. My story in crypto began in late 2016, early 17. And it was mostly because at the time I was in medicine, cardiology in Silicon Valley. And a lot of my clients or patients or whatever were some of the founders of the technologies you're using right now. Foundation of the internet, foundation of your cell phone communicating, smartphones, Apple, Google, all those things. And I would see them all the time and as patients, right, in a medical capacity. But they were so exciting and so interesting. The elder, because of what they had done, the youth, because of what their potential may be in front of them. And yet it's a very stressful environment when you're talking about status, money, investing other people's money and responsibility for it, being good stewards of capital. So I stayed away from startup culture for the first few years that I lived in Palo Alto area of California. But I did create a video, and it's going to give a little bit of a backstory about why I've gone through different stages and what I see the future when it comes to Hex, specifically the crypto, the token, the coin, the algorithm, however you want to look at what Hex is, because it's something different to different people. So I did create a video, and I want to share that with you, and I'll come back on after it plays. For now, let me go here and share this particular tab and see how it goes. Let's see if this is going to, I wonder if I can stay out, but I will go ahead and just play it and be off to the side. Today I want to speak with you about being a meaningful specific. My childhood in North Texas was very difficult. So a lot of drama, a lot of marriage, divorce, challenges. I grew up in rural North Texas, agriculture, cattle, horsemanship, all these sorts of things that give you some foundation of work ethic. And still, I wanted to be a rock star. I thought at 16 that I could do something different, so I emancipated. At 17, I joined the Navy. At 18, I joined the Special Forces with the Marine Corps. Some of those challenges to a kid, I thought were what I was intended to do, what my purpose might be. I wasn't extremely militant. I was actually just someone that liked medicine and liked to see new things. So it did give me opportunity to visit different parts of the world, have experiences that very few have. It has thrown me into war, conflict, death. And still, I was able to find a silver lining and some sense of purpose. My friends from my teen years transitioned into my youth of my 20s. In my 20s, I started an interest in cardiology, diagnostics, MRI, CT, echocardiography, cath lab, anything that could embed me in medicine and embed me in being somewhat helpful. I'm not really a goody two-shoe. I simply want purpose. And I've sought that for decades. I've looked at beautiful women. I've looked at, well, just kind of the opportunities of youth, I guess. My interest as a kid and as a young man was about, opportunity, I guess. I liked fancy cars. I wanted a life that growing up in poverty to a single mother really couldn't afford. So I pursued those sorts of things. And that was really a lot of my youth. Later, after the random Playboy party or something that just was ephemeral, I wanted to pursue startups. And I had moved to Silicon Valley. I was involved with medicine at the time and transitioned more into technology. I liked the idea and principles of technology to a degree. It wasn't so much about the money, really. It was about the innovation, the sense of purpose, the intention of people to make things hopefully better in this world. I did have opportunity to network and meet interesting people, connect them in different ways. I enjoyed being a networker, I guess. But again, my ambition wasn't really financial at this phase of my life. I did discover Puerto Rico. I discovered digital nomadism. I discovered blockchain technologies and, entrepreneurism and public speaking and people of influence, I guess. That did lead me to meet people that were in the crypto space. And of course, some had great impact on my life. Some were just associations. But then someone in the crypto space had commented about Richard Hart and said that I should probably look at some of his content. It seemed that it might resonate with me. And I'm very fortunate to have listened to that good advice. I'm happy to have discovered Richard Hart, and I'm very glad that he's made contributions such as this video that I hope you enjoy.
So you want to get rich. I'm going to tell you a little something about money. In this world, you don't see the richest people doing things with their time and getting paid hourly. There's not enough hours in the day. If the highest paid lawyer, the highest paid doctor, no matter how much you make, there's still just not enough hours in the day. There's only one of you, right? We may have different educations, different skills, different opportunities, but the one thing we all have the same is our time. So in this world, if you want to become truly wealthy financially, you need to do things which aren't based on your hours. That means that you need to start a business or own something, because when you're sleeping, the things that you own will still be working. The only use case that has had any adoption whatsoever in cryptocurrency is speculation, store value. That the most important thing in crypto is the price goes up, and that the only way the price goes up is if people buy more than they sell. Wasn't it interesting that Hex was designed specifically to address exactly those two things? Hex monetizes the only thing that actually matters, which is people buying and not selling. And it monetizes the time value of money the same way that they do it in the real world. It just blows my mind that we have CDs in the real world, but we don't have them on the blockchain. So I put them on the blockchain. If you lock up your money in the real world, your dollar account, and you lock it up an extra year, they give you 20% more interest every extra year. And that's what Hex does with shares. If you lock it up an extra year, you get 20% extra shares. It turns out that the shares become more scarce than the coins because the share price only goes up. Every time someone ends a stake, the system looks to see if that person made more of a profit return than anyone else ever made. And whatever that person's profit return was, gets set as the new price. the staker class is going to get all of those Hex on the big payday if they have a stake open on November 19th. And the longer you lock, the more Hex you lock up, the more shares you get. What do you think is going to happen to the share price on the big payday? Share price is going to explode. Why? Because the share price is based on ROI, and people are going to get a huge ROI input on that day. And so there's going to be a huge share price increase. This thing is designed amazingly, and the rabbit hole goes deep. There's so many things in the system that you didn't know about.
And here's where it picks up again for me. I started a channel, a couple of them actually, different social media campaigns, things, you know, beginning kind of like Hexologist and RG3 with just meme culture, things that were maybe soft entry into Hex, and later started to think more about purpose and intention and what, you know, I've been wealthy and I've been poor several times in the cycles, and I think it happens, but I want to live a life with intention, and a crypto such as Hex needed to exist. It didn't, but now it does. And so what I wanted to put my time toward was to help people maximize what it is that they can do with their life and their potential, what it is that they can do with significant reward for living up to their promise. So that's why I am happy to participate in the Hex ecosystem, to contribute where and how I can. And one of those things is, right now, I think about stuff like taxes and maximizing your reward so that you can give more of that potential reward to other purposes, other things beyond just self-gratification. Not to be a spoil sport, but I think that at certain phase of a person's life, material goods and lifestyle really don't have that much impact on your well-being or how you feel about your potential. So I see that inside of Richard Hart. I know that we talk a lot about mad gains and wealth, and it's true that Hex has created hundreds of millionaires just in this year. If they started with nothing, they, you know, many, like I say, hundreds are at least paper millionaires. And I enjoy this association. I enjoy the camaraderie, and I'm looking forward to sharing more of other people's stories, their climb and their successes. Maybe it's a lottery win for them and it's simply a ticket that cashes in, but maybe it enables people to reach their potential. To put your time and sell your time away to something that you don't want to do, maybe there's a better way that you could spend that time. Maybe you can find purpose. And so I'm very, very happy again to participate in this community and look forward to what the future may hold for us all.
So I hope you enjoyed that. Yeah, I thought about my presentation. I didn't really want to ramble too much. I tend to sometimes because my mind goes lots of places. And I've lived a life of a lot of different chapters, a lot of different lifestyles, a lot of stuff compressed into this time. So with that, I do have another video that I'll play at the end of my stay here for a couple of minutes at least, if Maddie wants to come on, or any questions anybody has. My interest going forward is, right now you guys probably have paper mad gains. Sooner or later they will be realized. Sooner or later they'll come out of stake. Most people that come into money don't know what to do with it. And when they find that big windfall, they've made so many mistakes in the foundation and in the start. So if you have an interest in something about keeping what your mad gains may be, please don't try to avoid the government. Please don't try to avoid taxation if you are a citizen in the United States. then consider your place. If you want to move to Texas, it's probably better than California. If you want to move to somewhere that at least has state tax benefit, then you can try that as well. There's all kinds of tools for a business person, basically, to start a new company with the seed that you have right now. The seed you have right now is your Hex stake, right? Or the potential stake that you'll make. And if you are wise about it and you consult professionals, then they can help you keep more of that and put it to better purpose, better use. You will find a sense of purpose in your 30s, 40s, and 50s that you don't have right now at 22, 25, 27. So use this opportunity for windfall to do something meaningful is kind of my point. Yeah, so I hope that message, if you play it, rings that true to you. And yeah, I will share on my last minutes here. I'm going to share this last bit, which is when I was a kid, there was a very popular motivational speaker. A lot of people know Tony Robbins and other names as far as fairly contemporary, but there was a guy named Zig Ziglar, and maybe it was just the sound of his voice, maybe it was the Southern in his tone, something like that resonated as a kid. And I had found the video. I thought it was very meaningful to me at the time. And it was after I had rediscovered a purpose through Hex of this next chapter of my life. So I hope you enjoy this. I'm going to share a different video, and then I'm just going to exit. So enjoy this, and then Maddie can take the mic back for the rest of the hexagons. Let me get this on here, and I will do that. And this.
Thank you so much. This has been already so outstanding.
Excellent. I'm glad it's meaningful. Like I said, the health and mental well-being of people that walk into money, people that lose money in trading, or they just basically, you know, they have opportunity that gets squandered. I think that someone like yourself, someone that's maybe, again, our Hexagon community is people that have some weather and have some understanding of what the world is like. And I'm really happy that someone as savvy as Richard Hart leads this campaign of doing good in the world, really, you know, speaking truth to power. So I really am glad that you're here. I'm glad that Richard's here. I'm glad for definitely the public people inside the Hex community that broadcast themselves and take that risk, I guess, of self and purpose. So likewise. I'm going to share this, and then I'll exit out if you don't mind.
Sounds great. Thanks.
Excellent. So let me share that part, which is going to be this, and he's going to exit me out, and then I will play this. Is this going to play? Yes. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I might not have shared the sound. I think I did. Can you hear the sound?
Hit a target he could not see. That's a pretty good question. Here's another one. How can you hit a target you do not have? Have you got one? Specific, or are you a wandering generality? People today complain of lack of time. It's not lack of time that's the problem, it's the lack of direction. Are you a wandering generality, or are you a meaningful specific? Are you going to work tomorrow because that's what you did yesterday? If that's the reason you're going tomorrow, you won't be as good tomorrow as you were yesterday, because you're 2 days older and no closer to the goal you do not have. Now, I got sense enough to know that some of those airplanes are coming down faster than they're going up. It's dangerous for that plane to fly. You see in the newspapers where the ships leave the harbor, and you see where some of them sink. It's dangerous for the ship to be on the ocean. And yet the engineers tell me that it's more dangerous for that plane to stay on the ground. That it will rust out faster than it will wear out up into the heavens. They tell me that that ship will collect more barnacles in the harbor and become unseaworthy faster than it will sailing the high sea. Besides, Planes are built for flying. Ships are built for sailing. Houses are built for living. And man, too, was built for purpose. He was designed for accomplishment. He's engineered for success. He's endowed with the seeds of greatness. And the greatest danger we as human beings have is when we do not do anything at all. And I make this statement 40 times in my book that you get everything in life you want if you will just help enough other people get what they want.
What an awesome presentation. Thank you, Gary.
Wow, how about that, huh? Good stuff. I'm pumped up.
Absolutely. Yeah, welcome, Crypto Coffee. You're back.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? How you doing? It's good to be back. Day 2.
Yeah.
You're keeping it together real well. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, man, Gary, what a guy, man. That guy's taught me so much. So, yeah, thanks a lot, Gary, for everything you do.
Outstanding.
Yeah.
And I'll hand the floor over to you now, Crypto Coffee.
Sure. So, yeah, what do you guys want to talk about? Just kidding. I wrote some stuff down. Don't want to get too scripted. I wrote a little testimonial because everyone's doing a testimonial. You know, I once used to have a stable job, a loving family, a flourishing social circle, and even a romantic relationship or two. But then I got addicted to Hex and my life went downhill. And, you know, it just really fucked it up. So, just kidding, guys. I just figured, you know, we've heard so much of this positive stuff and it's great, right? It's great to be positive. But, you know, it's changed my life for the better, obviously, right? And I feel like that's all we're talking about, which is great. But really, all things aside, all jokes aside, I'm sure you guys are laughing because that was just so hilarious, right? Hex has reinvigorated my life with a newfound sense of purpose, right? Yeah, and I think all of you would agree with that too. So Hex is what crypto was supposed to be, right? It's crypto, it's by the people, it's for the people. It's, you know, for anybody that has the ears to listen, Hex is for you. Hex gives you just as much as you deserve, right? And it really does align with the vision of crypto, right? It's anonymous, peer-to-peer, fast, cheap, borderless, censorship resistant, immutable, and man, it's just everything that I wanted in a cryptocurrency. And whether or not people realize that now or later is a matter of what we do today to help propagate the message of positivity, positive behavior change, and taking your keys, your self-sovereignty back in your own hands, you know, not your keys, not your coins. The ethos of crypto is the ethos of Hex. It's more cypherpunk than any other cryptocurrency I've ever been a part of since Bitcoin, right? And, you know, my vision is probably different. Oh, sorry, I'm not supposed to cuss. Sorry, Franklin. You know, my vision of crypto, what do I want out of this? It's probably a little bit different than what everybody else wants, right? Everybody wants their own thing in life. So, you know, I obviously want to not work, you know, a 9-to-5 forever. That's not to say I hate what I do now. I actually love what I do, but I want the time, right? So I want to buy my freedom. And you start by buying your time because time is the one resource that we all have the same amount of, right? So that's the reason that I do what I do and I promote Hex as much as I can, in many ways, actually behind the scenes as well as on camera. And I try to give other people permission to do the same. So, you know, I want this to be kind of a call to action for anybody that's thinking about, you know, getting out there, speaking in for what you believe in. It doesn't have to be the same path that everyone else is doing, right? Everyone's got their own vision and dream for what crypto means to them, what Hex means to them. But you got to free up your time and buy your freedom so you can focus on your family, security, hobbies, life extension. You know, Richard's got me all interested in that now. You know, I think we could easily be the first generation that lives till 150, 160 regularly. You know, I think Hex has allowed me to believe in crazy ideas. And sometimes that's the only difference between insanity and genius is, execution on that and action, right? So again, the vision of Hex is the vision of crypto, and all of you guys that are in right now have already come so far because you've already broken down the barrier in your head that it's hard to admit to yourself that there could be a coin better than Bitcoin or better than, name your favorite coin. But you guys were all able to take that leap as the Hex community, it speaks volumes about your open-mindedness, because it's one thing to be intelligent, right? But it's another thing to be open. And I know some of the most intelligent people in the world that aren't ever going to end up anywhere in their life because they're too closed off to the idea of new concepts and to world-changing innovation, right? So it is hard to believe there's something better than Bitcoin without some kind of immaculate conception, right? Like with anonymous founder like Satoshi. But even, the late, great Mr. Tone Vase once admitted that even he was open to the idea of something potentially better than Bitcoin one day, right? But unfortunately, sometimes we're so blinded by ideology that we can't see the truth when it's staring us right in the face. So I'm sure nobody ever thought the better Bitcoin would come in the form of, the new Satoshi would come in the form of an eccentric retired billionaire, StarCraft expert, keyboard connoisseur who curses like a sailor, right? Who would have thought that this would be the new guy to create world-changing innovation? But it's more than just that, right? It's more than just the founder, who I deeply appreciate, but it's what Hex means and stands for, right? It's the self-propagating aspect of it. It's the fact that it frees up your time to not have to trade, to not have to look at the charts, and to go out there and actually be able to do what you love and to spread the good word rather than, cycling over and over at the computer, listening to your alerts late at night that wake you up to tell you that you just got liquidated in a 5% scam wick. So yes, like any other coin, there's controversy. There's a degree of economic centralization in every coin. Satoshi owns 1 million coins. The origin address owns the majority of the coins in Hex. We don't beat around the bush on that. In Hex, we're totally honest. We're transparent with you. And you can never truly remove trust in a system. So trustlessness, Hex is as close to trustlessness as we have in the world from anything I've seen. There's no admin keys, there's no backdoors, and there's no even group of developers that could potentially edit the system to introduce a new vulnerability, right? So Hex is as close as it gets to true trustlessness, which is a spectrum. It's not a binary. It's nuanced, right? But it's truly locked, done, finished, immutable. I think if Satoshi was public or maybe alive, he'd have just as heavy as a cross to bear as Richard Hart. So those that have the biggest impact on the world are often the people that are chastised the most. People will hate you for trying to change the world. So that's something that we all kind of have to bear, but it gets easier together, right? It's easier with the community behind you. And I think that's what's lifted me up. And that's the reason that I keep at it every day for over a year now. So for those that are okay with, taking the risk of the origin address, which is the same risk that Satoshi, Lee, Buterin, Garlinghouse, Jed McCaleb, Pierce, you might not even know any of these guys or any of these VC founders, to take the risk, or if you're okay with admitting to yourself that these majority stakeholders won't in fact nuke their own project, but actually, have skin in the game to perpetuate it and make it succeed, why would Hex be any different? So that was I guess an address to anybody that's still a hater. Are there any in the crowd? But for those that understand tragedy, the commons, and skin in the game, congratulations. I think you guys and girls are all fit to be the next financial leaders of the free world. So think about that. Hex is like a virtual reality game. Life is virtual reality, right? So Hex is a game that you can choose to play to opt out of the system it's an exit scam, as Richard once said, of the traditional system, right? So it truly is the red pill. And once you start making content and letting your voice be heard and realizing that it does have power and effect on people, it truly is like very red pilling. So be wary of the game you're playing, because there's a lot of different games and sideshows and little tents to go into to roll the dice and spin the wheel and flashy prizes. But we all choose a game to play in life, right? And Hex is a game that rewards forward thinking, low time preference, positive behavior changes, being nicer, planning for your future, et cetera, et cetera. It's the only game in town that I truly want to play. And it's a game that modifies your behavior patterns to succeed on a scale of a lifetime. It's not a get in, get out. It's not a get rich quick. Like everything worth having, it's a get rich slow, right? So, some author, doesn't matter who, said most men live lives of quiet desperation, right? But that's actually cowardice. That's the definition of what cowardice is. I think the Hexicans, all of you guys out there, all of you in the chat, we all live lives of very loud desperation, which actually also known as courage, right? So again, Hex gives you as much as you deserve. And if you have the courage to want to try to change the world around you, I think that's better than just sitting on your ass and wishing things were different, right? So if you don't have what you want because of this, that, or the other thing, we are the people that actually get up and do something about it. This is the only community I've seen that believes, rightfully so, that they have the power to change the world. And so, Hexicans are shameless about this because there's nothing to be ashamed of. We're shameless because that we know there's nothing to be ashamed of. Terence McKenna once said that nature loves courage. So if you have the balls to get out there and speak your truth, the universe will remove obstacles for you. So most people never even try, right? And this is really the biggest hidden risk of all. The biggest hidden risk of all is not doing anything. Kind of like that last video. Kind of stole my thunder a little bit, Gary. Just kidding. So this is a call to action to get off your butt, go do something. It can be anything. It can be whatever dumb stuff you decide to do today. Whatever you're doing, you're speaking reality into existence, and you're speaking the world into the way that you want it to be tomorrow. And so whatever kind of dumb stuff you do, act like it's the least dumb stuff in the world, because somebody out there loves it. Somebody out there loves playing darts competitively, and they want to hear about it. And maybe you can introduce Hex in one of many avenues, right? I'm sorry for any dart players. I didn't mean to call that a stupid hobby. Darts are okay. But, I'd rather be part of the crazy, loud, vocal minority than the silent majority that live pitiful, meaningless lives, right? And life doesn't come with a meaning right out of the box, right? You have to create it for yourself. Culture can give you one, and everyone is standing all around here or there offering you their meaning, right? But I say, fuck that. Make your own. Design your life, because if you don't make your own meaning, if you don't play your own game, you're going to end up playing somebody else's. If you don't have a plan, you're going to be part of somebody else's plan. So being in Hex with all of you makes me so proud, because this group has proven that you all have the ability to dream big. If you can think about $1 Hex, if you are able to believe in the idea of a 10,000x, that's proof in the pudding that you are one of the types of people that I would like to associate myself with, and that I'm proud to. So with that ability to dream big, where will that take you next? So get out there, don't live on your knees, die on your feet. And this is basically a call to action to go out and do whatever you want to do. Just live your life on your terms, and, promote Hex maybe through it or parallel or in tangent to it. We don't all have to do the same thing, but I guess just get up and go do something. And I am at 12 long, grueling minutes. Maddie, 20 minutes is hard. So, hey guys, how was that? I got a couple of other bullet points in here. What else do you guys want to talk about? We could talk about uncertainty. So a lot of people don't have any concept of uncertainty, or they hate the concept of uncertainty, right? So they're able to be highly intelligent, but unable to be empathetic, right? Because in order to live with ambiguity, you have to have empathy in order to trust that everything is going to be okay. So it's hard to do this as a Hexican, because for marketing, we like to speak in certainties. We like to say, hell yeah, Hex is going to the moon, no matter what. But we also have to be honest too. So people like to be listened to and led by leaders who claim to have knowledge, right? So we need to also be careful who we listen to. And I think all of you have made the cut filtration wise. You made it past the filter into this beautiful, beautiful community. And there's no denying that. So Hex might not be a 100% guarantee, right? But you need to speak it into existence. So your words have power and they shape the world around you. And we do speak reality into existence with language, like with small mouth noises. Like when I say something to you and I tell you that Hex has got all these great points about it, it's immutable, triple audited, secure, no admin keys, designed to increase in price while disincentivizing dumping, all these beautiful things about it. I can say whatever I want, but I'm hoping that my small mouth noises will travel over the airwaves through the internet and out of your speakers, and that you'll be able to decode that in your head with your library of words, and that hopefully that'll mean something similar enough to what I think, that our ideas won't have much of a differential in between them, and that we both come to what we call an understanding, right? When you think about it, that's everything. That's all of science. That's all of religion. It's all just words and how we chain them together. So how's that for a long-winded, whole lot of content, not a whole lot of substance coffee speech? Thanks everybody for listening. Hey, what else can I say? Keep calm, Hex on. Have a good rest of your day. Peace out. Should I leave?
Wow.
Should I mic drop?
Oh, you got another 5. We got another 4 minutes of ultimate coffee wisdom, and you've been dropping so much knowledge and so eloquently putting everything. It's already been a pleasure, and we still get another 4 minutes.
Great. Yeah, 20 minutes is a long time. It's no joke. Yeah. Hey, how's the backgrounds? How about these backgrounds, huh?
So so Hex is a passion play, and
it is.
You know, we see that in your talk and in Gary's talk and in a lot of the talks, right?
Yeah, totally. I mean, this is the meaning that I choose to assign to my life. Like, I want to make myself rich, but also everyone around me. And Hex is the tool to spread wealth to the masses. So a lot of people think that in order to have wealth, you need to step on someone else's head and take it from them, right? But no, you can just create something of value that maybe some of this newly created 39% of the whole world's cash supply that was just created this year, maybe some of that can trickle into Hex, right? We need a more stable and secure source of wealth, right? So
yeah, Hex is certainly a good place for that wealth to trickle, because it's such a hard money, and because it rewards people for saving. I love your point about what game do you want to play.
Yeah, you're playing a game no matter what, so choose wisely, because everyone's got a game for you. The cigarette companies have a game for you. Tobacco companies, alcohol, they're fun.
There are a lot of dart players that you've upset, though.
I know. Darts are very fun. I love nothing more than hanging out at the bar and shooting some darts. So I'm sincerely sorry to any.
Which one is it?
Okay, if you're a professional darts player, go ahead, do your thing. But if you're addicted to darts, talk to me after the show.
It's gonna be Darts Anonymous. Is what it's called.
Yeah, Darts Anonymous. What color is that tie? Is that pink?
It is. Can you tell?
A nice Hex pink. It looks a little white with the light.
It's a very light pink.
Yeah. How's my chat doing? You guys are great. I see everybody that I love. Hexidente, Serena, Kareem. What's up, bro? David, Ash, Crypto Kool-Aid. It was good talking to you last night, man. Me and Crypto Kool-Aid had a big talk last night. Reggie Bone, Daniel. I love everybody for coming out. It's so awesome. I'm not sure how many viewers we have, but it's probably over 200. So here's to many more. And we're just going to keep doing this. It's going to get bigger and bigger every year. I can only imagine if I was in front of all these people, my voice would be shaking and my palms would be sweaty. So it's a little bit easier behind the screen right here.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Well, you've done an outstanding talk, and we really appreciate it.
Cool. Thanks, guys. I'll be in the green room. See ya.
Awesome. Thanks.
Hey.
Hey, how's it going?
Who's that in the top right corner?
I don't recognize him.
I don't know. His luscious locks aren't hanging down. Did you cut your hair? You didn't cut your hair. I know you didn't cut your hair.
No. It's all there, man. It's all there. Not until those influencers come and take it from me in my challenge.
That's right. That's
I
right.
don't think they will.
I don't think they are either.
Well, we did hit 38,000. A little slow, but we hit the 38,000 mark, but not before Hex hit the penny. So we definitely were the first to 2x, documented history. I offered it out again. I said, okay, do you guys want to go again? Let's go another 2x.
That's right.
No takers. Nothing man. I think they know what's up.
I think so too. Simple math, right? Simple math. Easy bet. Don't make bets you can't win, guys.
Exactly.
Little life lesson.
Well, some of the community was kind of razzing me about that. They're like, well, why don't we do it 10x? Why don't we say Bitcoin to 100,000? I said, because I don't want to wait that long to know whether or not my hair's on the line. I know what it's going to hit in the next couple days. Let's just go there.
One step at a time. Rack up the wins as we go.
That's right. That's right.
So Kinetics is coming. He's doing a little redneck ingenuity in the green room right now, trying to construct a backdrop right now. So he should be here in the next minute or two.
Here.
So his screen's going to fall down on us?
Thank you, guys. Maybe, possibly.
Beautiful.
It is a possibility that it could do that.
Maddie's going to cry. It's okay, Maddie. It's okay. This is the community that you deserve.
At 10 o'clock at night, I got to wear a suit. What is this? What is this?
It's a schmog, bro. It's a schmog.
We're gonna give you
We're
gonna give you one hell of a chat for the next hour to make up for it. So it's all good.
That's right. Just wait. I wish I had OBS so I could zoom in my camera a little bit.
Well, I'm looking forward to your guys' panel, and I know it's going to be a fun one. So I'll hand it.
Well, it's open topic, right? We're open
exactly
topic.
Right.
That's right.
So we should defer to the audience and find out what they would like to hear from us.
You guys can run this however you like, and I'm sure it will go extremely well. So
sounds great, Maddie. Thanks. All right, guys, you heard him. What do you guys want to talk about?
Well, I'm glad I could bless you with my redneck ingenuity presence. So thanks. Thank you, Sammy Chica. She does know it's a schmog, so appreciate you.
Good start.
So, thank you for joining me today here, gentlemen.
You good? You were, as long as you got your breath back. I know you were rushing. Guys, he was literally like on a 10-minute countdown just trying to do this, and this was the best he could do in 10 minutes. So
that's what I got.
Yeah, this is what you get.
After a day of lumber. So
hasn't had what you plan ahead.
Rizology says Kinetics isn't wearing a hat. Amazing. I know, guys. I did this all for you. That's how much I love you, community. Did it for you. So
yeah. Johnny's in a suit, got his hair back. I got my stuff set. Kinetics literally came back in the green room with everything Maddie told us not to do, like no green screen, his hoodie, his standard hat. And Joe Exotic's like, Kinetics, can you just take the hat off, please? Yeah, it's best you get. Sorry, guys.
What a year, guys! What a year!
Yes, I'm looking forward to 2021 already, because as crappy as 2020 was in so many regards, I've never made so much money in 1 year as I did in 2020. So I have mixed feelings about 2020, and so it's looking pretty good for 2021. Just wait, so that's one thing I wanted to talk about tonight. I mean, I know we've hit this point probably 100,000 times, but hey guys, let's be honest, there's no more hyperinflation. It's 3.69%, and it's even a delayed 3.69 inflation going forward from here. So what happens? We're going to have a lot more buyers than we have sellers. What happens when that happens? Price goes up. So,
yep, big payday happened. The AA lobby's over. Hex just became simple. If you want to take it that way, your onboarding process can become simplified now. Like today, I onboarded my friend, but we started from he didn't even know what a CD was to the very end of Hex, and like I went full game theory with him. And by the time he was done, he was like losing his mind, just like I have to get in now. And like he had a Coinbase account. He learned how awful third-party exchanges are. He couldn't get his money off. He had like money that he put in there 2 days ago. He has access to $100 out of the 5,000 he put in there. And he was absolutely losing his mind. I was so excited just going through from step A to step B. And again, it's how beautiful Hex is. You can go keep it as simple as you want, or you can go as, speculative and sticky and game theory as you want with it. And if someone's able to fully grasp it from the beginning to end, and the product in and out, and you can sell it properly and explain it properly, like you're never going to lose a sale. You're never going to lose a sale, because anyone with half a brain knows what a beautiful thing that Hex is going to continue to be in the future. It's a once in a lifetime opportunity. And like, we just finished year one, and all of us have seen more money than we've ever seen within probably one physical year, I imagine. Safe to say.
Yeah, it's crazy when you see your crypto account go up more than your bank account, and you're like, what happened here?
And a lot of us still have the stink of 2017 on us. So the fact that 2020 could be what it was, and 2017 was a great year, just financially ended up not being at the end of the year when everything crashed. So to have the inverse, kind of refreshing and kind of bittersweet all at the same time. But it just makes me realize, I mean, there's a silver lining. It's here, and everything's looking up from here.
Well, that's something people don't realize, is that the Hex community is not a bunch of noobs falling for the latest shining object. The Hex community is a bunch of people that survived through the trials and tribulations of the last bear market. So,
Forged in fire.
Kind of, there's, yes, we've onboarded a lot of new people, but the core community has already seen the broken promises, the broken dreams, the broken expectations, and everything. And we had to really see past all the hype and go over Hex with a fine-tooth comb and look for all of those ways that we got screwed last time, and people don't take that into consideration. And with the new DeFi craze, it's kind of funny, because what people really don't understand is why they're out there screaming that, Hex is a bad thing. They don't realize that they're the ones that are investing into lending platforms with a centralized one switch pop, right? So that money is money that's being lost and not being put into Hex, because they think they're going with the safer thing, because, the exchanges promote these things. So therefore they have a false sense of security about that. In all actuality, Hex is the one where you're holding the box. You make the moves. You decide when that box opens and what you're going to do with it. And nobody has access to that box but you. As far as entry points and such like that, one centralized exchange can go down in these fake DeFi things, but Hex has multiple access points where you can run it directly on Etherscan, write contract function, multiple websites, multiple front ends, staker app front end. So there's always a way to access and get to your money and access that contract.
Yep. And ledger integration without even having to use MetaMask, Ledger and Trezor. I mean, we've got not just a regular front end for a Web3 app to an extension to run off of, but also different front ends that we can use with hardware wallets themselves. So this thing is. There's a lot of redundancy to it, because let's be honest, the code doesn't go down. The Ethereum blockchain is still running. There's computations being run on the Ethereum blockchain to make sure that doesn't happen. It's just our interface is the only thing we got to worry about, and those redundancies keep it from being an issue where we can be censored out.
Yeah, and you can always build a new
front end.
Like
it's the choke point.
Yep. at the end of the day, there is no third party. It is just the code. It's trustless. You don't have to rely on the human factor. You don't have to rely on an organization or a company to hold your crypto for you. It's like Richard says, like everything's fine and good until it's not, until that bankruptcy, until they get hacked, until they lose your keys, your crypto, because you gave it to them forthright. Like you have to take responsibility. And that's kind of a beautiful kind of bonus feature of Hex. It's enabled a lot of people to take control of their own finances, to take control of their own private keys, and actually retain their possession of Hex, control their own financial sovereignty. And, you know, it's made them beyond wealthy this year. And meanwhile, we've been attacked over 2020, essentially, and nothing but scam. Meanwhile, they sit here and they're in the old world of crypto where they're promoting their trading links, promoting these coins that do rug pulls, or as Hexa would call it, pug rolls. And literally they are costing not only their audience thousands and thousands of dollars when these things do go bust, but just on the missed out opportunity alone of the greatest appreciating asset of 2020, they're costing their audience that, because their audience believes that person is knowledgeable and knows what they're doing and that they've done their research. And so they rely on their influencer, their center of influence, to tell them like, hey, is this good or is this bad? And they yell scam, and they just cost someone that first year of what, over 350x on their principal. Like that's mind blowing. And they don't realize they have now become the scammer. They are hurting their audience so much and costing them so much just by neglecting to do the research and calling something a scam without actually looking into it. And they've hurt these people. They don't even realize it. And then on top of that, I've seen disgusting behavior where I know influencers who have bought a bag of Hex, and since they came out so venomously against Hex in the beginning, they can't even say they don't want. Yeah, they want to try to save face, and they don't even want to come out, grow a set of balls and apologize. And they have a big bag of Hex while their audience is in the freaking dark, and they're going to get rich off Hex, but you're not, because you're listening to them, and they've realized what Hex is over the past year, and they're invested now, and you're not, because you follow them, and they're not man enough to come forward and say that they scammed you, and you're going to suffer because of it. So people should be listening to people in this conference, not the old influencers.
The influencer should have their Walmart greeters card revoked, right? Everybody, as they come into the space, and they greet them with these things that they are paid to shill them, right? And a little bit earlier in the conversation, we were talking about the Hex community is not being paid. We are not paid shills. We're not bots. You come see us. You can talk to us. We interact with you. We're all over Twitter, but you think we're bots because there's so many of us. There's so many of us. And our objective is, we've been burnt. We've been through this. We've seen this crap fail, and we found something that's good. And by God, we want to share it with you. You know,
yeah,
it's what crypto was meant to be. No middlemen, no KYC, none of exchanges that go down. You want to have access to your money 24/7. You do. You can end a stake anytime you want, but there are penalties for that, right? And staking is optional. You do not have to lock up your coins. But when you do lock up your coins, you're locking up your coins in your own personal safe that you always have access to. You're not locking them up on some exchange that can throw the switch on you. And I think that's very important to distinguish that between those other things out there going around calling themselves DeFi.
Absolutely. There's too much trust related with these DeFi products. You got to worry about whether they're going to pull the liquidity in the liquidity pools. You got to worry about whether, I mean, they say they're lending out their coins, but what if they lend them out to a bad actor and lose everything and they over leverage themselves? Now they don't have those coins to give back to you any longer. So you have to trust a third party, not just in everything other than Hex, you have to trust a third party. You don't get the advantage of the censorship resistance. You don't get the advantage of the trustless interest. And as long as more people are buying than selling, price goes up. So it doesn't matter what the utility is. I get that question all the time. What's the utility? Tell me what the utility of Bitcoin is. It failed as a currency. What does it do? It's a store of value. Well, so is Hex, except for this store of value pays you to hold it. That is its utility.
The store of value is very simple. You hold Hex, Hex makes more Hex. There's your utility. The other coin make more of itself? Is it self-replicating? No, it's
absolutely not.
You know, I mean, so we can give you a promise and a dream and some happy, feel good, something rather, but when in all actuality, it's a way to save money and earn interest. That's it. Yep. And it's needed right now. It's really needed to have a way to generate passive income without, you know, purchasing a property that maybe you could rent to somebody if they have money to rent it at this point in time. I mean, times are getting rough. The government's really not going to help much with that, right? So you got to look after yourself and find things that are going to make you that extra source of income that you need. And Hex is one of those extra sources of income. And there's no minimum to buy, right? So if you want to go mine Bitcoin, you got to spend millions of dollars for mining equipment, right? Just to even start to compete. Hex, you just have some Hex, and that's all you need to produce more Hex. That's it. Just pay stakers instead of miners. You know, same thing. It's got some game theory behind it, but that's really the general basis of it that people need to understand. It's simply a code. Instead of the code paying the miners, it's paying the stakers. The other thing is, I like the 21 Bitcoin argument, or you know, the 21 million Bitcoin argument. That one's fun too. Well, Hex has got an infinite amount that it can make. Well, so does Ethereum, guys. And as far as you're concerned, it's going to be 40 years from now before Bitcoin hits that 21 million. So in the meantime, it's inflationary, just like everything else. The question you need to ask yourself is, what happens when Bitcoin hits the end of the line? Do the miners decide they don't want to quit and they want to make more coins? Or are fees going to be enough for them to continue to run the blocks? Or, you know, what happens then is the question. So if you're talking about the collectability factor, well, start collecting your T-shares, because those are getting more rare every single day. And there's going to be less of those than there are.
Hi, y'all.
Hey, Grandma.
Hi, Grandma.
Hi,
Granny dear.
It's good to see you, Grandma.
Gladly can connect. It took me a few minutes to get through the technology of getting on, but I'm here.
You did a better job than Kinetics. Look at Kinetics, so you're doing great.
Better than me. You're doing great.
You're doing a good job.
It was a little bit difficult, but I figured it out with the help of Joe Hexadic, so that was wonderful.
Would you mind coming over here, Grandma, and helping me out then?
Yeah. There might not be any helping that. I'm sorry. Glad you can make it, Grandma.
Oh, I'm having fun. This is great. I'm learning so much tech working with you boys. It's so fun. Okay. Now I know how to I can make more videos for my Crypto Grandma Talk YouTube channel.
That's
right. There you go. Absolutely.
Right.
I'm making these slideshows, and I'm all ready to go now that I figured this out.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
So, Grandma, tell us about how you found out about the Hexagon community, because I know darn well most people have heard a lot from us. So tell us your story, how you got involved with Hex and what drew you to it.
Well, you know, 50, 60 years ago, I was first in mainstream, you know, with the big frame computers when I was in high school and college, you know. And so then I had my career for 40, 50 years and in medicine. I didn't do much with computers in terms of coding and the stuff I had done in college, the coding and making programs and using them. But and then all this advance with the laptops and the handhelds, I mean, it's amazing. So when I got very ill about 10 years ago, and then I've had to retire, I wanted something to get my mind going. So I went back to computer stuff, and I started looking on YouTube and also investing. I had been taken advantage of, lost my entire retirement. People have done criminal things against me, so I'm at poverty level right now. So I decided I had to learn finance too. So looking on YouTube for finance and for computing stuff just got me to crypto. And then I, learned about Bitcoin, bought a little Bitcoin. And then I saw how so many people were getting scammed left and right, and I didn't want to get scammed. So I studied for a year, starting around 2017. And I just watched thousands of videos, literally. And I found the ones just before the launch where Richard Hart was talking. And I was so impressed by him. He's such an intellectually minded person with the sci-vibe and everything that I really looked into it. I know a lot of math, and I looked at the contract and the code and everything, and I decided this was such an earth-shattering new development in crypto, a whole new frame of reference, that I decided to get into it. And then so I got on, at the very beginning. And that's how I got into it. And now I'm so excited about it. I started a YouTube channel, Crypto Grandma Talks, and the whole purpose of my YouTube channel is educational, so that people don't have to spend the year I did watching thousands of videos. I've made playlists of videos that will get you to the same point I am at in a much shorter length of time, including a lot of Richard Hart videos and whatever.
Well, we'll send some Bitcoin maxis to your videos because they apparently need help figuring this thing out. So
just a little bit.
Well, send them to me, and I'll explain it to them, because I'm just amazed by the whole concept of it. Is an invention, a new frame of reference for crypto. You have these different and for investments. You have these different types of investments, these short-term traders, these day traders, then these swing traders. Then you have people who are more, midterm investors who invest in gold and silver and commodities and stocks and bonds and all that kind of stuff. And now they're getting into Bitcoin and Ethereum as the Chicago Mercantile Exchange is getting their things going. And then comes Hex. Hex promotes really long-term savings, and is essentially as a replacement for your pension plan. Instead of your pension plan being tied to your job, this is a pension plan for an individual that is totally decentralized, more than Bitcoin. And you interact with code. You interact with a smart contract. There's no human being that can mess you up or take your money, unless you're hacked or something, which we have to get over the difficulties of getting into it. And that's one of the reasons for my YouTube channel. So I view this as a whole. This is such an incredible change of, in physics we call it the frame of reference. I think people might call it mindset if they didn't understand physics. Changing from this, short, get rich quick to, really thoughtful investing, delayed gratification, sort of like a pension plan. It can
not robbed by Wall Street.
Replace all pension plans. I really believe that Richard hasn't even necessarily seen that use case. I wonder what the trillions of dollars in pension plans that it could replace.
I think it would be there.
I think exactly right. I think that's the general direction that not just Richard, but I believe there's a team. We don't know for sure for legal reasons. It's not known to us, nor is it really relevant to us. But I believe that is their aim, is to move towards the legacy market and attract the customers there. At the same time, it's going to have to happen from within, like that, like a team or Richard himself creating a fund, because these professionals, unless they can find some way to be the middleman between you and Hex, they're not going to push this, because this is designed to cut them out.
Yep.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
Yeah. Like even for small business owners, right? You to be able to have your own personalized savings account for your own pension, because if you're not working for a large corporation and you're a small business owner, you have to buy into somebody else's something rather, and it ends up costing you more than it's worth. This is something that any individual can do and create their own.
You're forgetting about one thing. Pensions are tied to jobs.
Right.
There are a lot of people who don't have jobs or are independent. That's
a good point.
They don't have a pension.
Yep.
I mean, half the people in this country, in the U.S., can't afford a $400 emergency.
Yeah.
And that doesn't even include the unsustainability of a pension, because that is truly a pyramid where you got to replace three people have to be hired to replace and subsidize the retirement of one individual that just retired. That's an exponential growth, and it's unsustainable.
Oh, absolutely. So we really have to somehow get the message out to people who have very little money, have money and have no pension plan, or during this present world crisis, so many people have lost their jobs and their pensions too. This is a way they can get out of this mess and take it by the horns and not have anybody controlling you.
Yeah.
But we have to get the message out. This is not short-term trading. This is not, you have to have a very long-term mind frame, of more than 5 years. You want to invest for more than 5 years, I would say.
Yep. It's past the average.
10 to 15 is even better. But if we can get this message out, this is not ordinary crypto. This is a whole new frame of reference, a whole new mindset. And I don't think we've gotten there yet. And that should be a very big emphasis this year to show that this is something that the individual can do. Even if you don't have a pension, you're making your own pension.
Yep.
If you use the tools that Hex gives you correctly, you have a perpetual machine that will generate you wealth for the rest of your life. If you use it and you understand the T-shares, you understand longer pays better, you understand the increasing share price over time. If you really understand how Hex works, you can utilize it to your effect, getting in today, tomorrow. You can generate wealth for you, your family, and just continue it on and on and on. And I'm sure Crypto Grandma, what's your longest stake? What's your longest stake you have?
I have a 5555 stake.
And I won't ask how old you are, because I know that would be.
Oh, I'm not going to tell you.
Yes, exactly. That'd be very rude of me, so I will not ask. But I think that's absolutely amazing that you have a Quattro Cinco stake, and it goes out. That's over 15 years, guys.
I have a granddaughter, so
exactly.
If something happens to me, this is something that will help them.
That's amazing.
And that's another phenomenon too, because not only do people buy Hex for themselves, but they are buying it for their family members, and they're staking stakes on their family members' behalves, and they're putting those out for birthdays, graduations, things like that. It's actually becoming a culture sort of way of teaching people how to use proper behavior and save for the future and think ahead, right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, and even short term is okay. For myself, I have some bills I'm living below the poverty line, but I was able to save $50 a month for about a year. And I put that into Hex and I staked it for 2 years. And that will be coming out this year now. And I'll be able to pay the bills that I need. Then I saved a little bit more, staked it for 2 years, for 5 years, and for 15 years. And as I save a little bit more, all these stimulus stuff I'm staking for like 10 years.
I love it.
8, 10, and 12 years. So I don't have a lot. I really have very small amounts. But since I got in early and I bought when it was 1.8 million, shares per ETH, I really did well. I mean, I made the maximum. I just lucked out. I got in at the right time.
That's great.
So even with these tiny amounts, I was able to be in a much better financial situation than I was a year ago.
That is such a great story. I'm so happy to hear that. There's countless people whose lives are better because of Hex, and I'm glad that it was able to serve you in the same way, Grandma. That is one of the it's heart-wrenching, and this community embraces that, and that's one thing I really like about this community, is that we're so supportive of one another and we welcome others with open arms. I hate to change the subject.
Hold on.
Okay.
That's actually a perfect segue real quick. That's why I had to disappear. So Crypto Grandma, so Crypto Kool-Aid, the guy who made the background for everyone, the Hex Exchange that we have up right now. Amazing guy, architect when it comes to gaming and digital media. He knows that you have your YouTube channel, and he wanted to let you know that he's made you a special backdrop for your YouTube channel.
Hi.
So that was perfect timing, Connects. Thank you. Speaking of such a selfless community.
Who does that?
Yep. So he's gonna get you your own personal background for your YouTube channel. He's gonna make it. It's gonna look amazing.
Who is this again?
Crypto Kool-Aid. He's the guy.
Kool-Aid. Okay.
Yeah. He's the guy that made this background for this entire conference and everything.
Sweetie pie. Oh my goodness. I feel special.
Yep.
He has been hard at work helping every one of the Hexicans that have asked for help from him. He's more than willing to help, and that just goes to show how great everyone in this community is. And Kool-Aid, man, thank you so much for working so hard and putting in the countless hours that you did to make these backgrounds.
I mean, there's so many generous people here, and this is my second career, so I was always motivated. My daddy had on his desk always a quote from Albert Einstein that said something. It goes something like, every day I think about that everything I know is dependent upon the labor of previous people, and therefore I'm going to strive to give as much as I have received.
That's awesome.
So since this Hex project, this Hex product really at this point has allowed me to start recovering from disaster where people have taken advantage of me, and I can't afford the lawyer that I need to to make these people have some consequence for hurting me, and for stealing everything I had and evicting me, and it was unbelievable, throwing me into poverty. But I can't now. Maybe in the future I'll be able to afford a lawyer to help people who have consequences for their actions for destroying other people.
So I got two things I'd like to say, Grandma. Would you show us your Twitter, your Telegram, and your YouTube channel? And if you have an Ethereum address, there's people asking for it in the chat. I think there's a generous group of people that would really love to give you some donations. So if there's any way that you can post that.
My Ethereum address actually is on my video on the YouTube channel, Cryptogramma Talks. If you go under the video in the explanation about it, I do have my Ethereum address.
Awesome.
That is fantastic, guys.
And so my YouTube channel is Cryptogramma Talks. I'm doxing myself on Twitter because my actual name is Dr. Linda Shelton. And it's one word on my Twitter. And then on Telegram, I'm Linda S.
That's awesome.
So that's who I am.
Thank you.
Well, we love it. We love it, Grandma.
Well, anyways, I hope to very soon make a couple more videos where it's a very layman's explanation of how the money grows and the growth rate and the shares and all that, because I think I'm pretty good at that after 50 years of treating patients from all walks of life, and I learned to understand all cultures and respect everybody, both from my parents, who were really multicultural in terms of interacting with so many people, and my dad was a professor, and my grandfather was a minister. So there was just so much interaction with so many different people. But I hope I hope to be able to make some videos now that I have a green screen and I understand StreamYard very quickly in the next couple of weeks, to help people understand and onboard Hex.
It's great.
And to give Crypto Kool-Aid a little bit more credit here, you see this, which way is my hand going? You see this beautiful picture here in the background?
Oh, yes, yes.
All of us are soldiers here.
Yep.
Oh, I noticed that. That is so cool.
You'll have to look at it.
What does Kool-Aid do? Is he some kind of media expert, or
he's been a
game designer?
Yep.
Oh,
he says he owns pixels, so he does game design. When it comes to the internet, he owns pixels. He owns the internet. Yep.
Oh, there's so many talented people. Oh, this is so much fun.
We're not even doing this background justice, because if we were in OBS right now, the Hex logo kind of orb back there rotates, you will actually have rain coming down on the roof and on the backdrop. Like it's beautiful what he does. It really is.
He actually built and designed a whole building. We just can't virtually walk around it like we need to yet. That's going to take a little bit of technical finesse on our end to learn how to fully utilize what he's
That's
created.
not because of his limitations. It's
That's
because
us.
of ours.
Yeah. Look at Connex's screen and you'll understand our limitations.
I gotta keep my mind going. So I'm learning more and more and more stuff on finance, on crypto. I might even get into some of this these background stuff too. It looks like so much fun, you know.
Yeah, it really is.
So I think this is just fantastic, but I want to onboard more people because I think this is a real way. This is true freedom.
Yep.
Hex is true freedom. I mean, my whole life you're dependent upon jobs for your pension, for your health care. I mean, I'm also a Canadian citizen. I may move back to Canada because I won't have to depend on Medicaid and Medicare for healthcare. They have a universal healthcare system. So my son's telling me to move along the Canadian border, on Washington State near where he is. I'm in Chicago right now. So, if I can save enough money, I want to move to, around that area.
That'd be awesome.
You should have came down to visit when Gary and Coffee did, darn it.
Right.
I didn't know you were out there in Chicago.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
about
where
2 hours
Johnny's
outside of Chicago.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe I'll meet up with Coffee sometime. I think he's here.
Dang, she said coffee, not you, Johnny.
Johnny, you're not here, are you? Where are you?
we see where Grandma's eyes are.
No, Johnny, are you in Michigan? Are you the guy in Michigan?
Yes.
Okay. My son's father-in-law is in Michigan, somewhere near Grand Rapids, I think it is. Are you anywhere near there?
That's farther away. It's farther
okay.
to Grand Rapids than it is to get to me. I'm about 2 hours from Chicago.
Oh, okay. That's not too far from me.
You have to drive through. You have to drive by me to get to Grand Rapids.
I'm in the southwest Chicago, on the south side of Chicago.
Well, we're Southwest Michigan, so.
Oh, I didn't know you were so close, dearie.
Very cool.
That's nice. That's nice. And where are you, Motley and Connect? Are you very far from Chicago?
I'm way far away.
Yeah, I'm in DC. I'm around the DC area.
Oh, you're in DC? That's my hometown. That's where I was born.
Awesome. Yeah. I've been out here for about 3 or 4 years now.
Uh-huh. I was born in DC because my daddy worked for the Walter Reed, was a researcher at Walter Reed, and my mommy was from Canada. So
that's a great hospital, one of the best.
Yeah.
That's
that's why I was born in DC.
That's cool. That's really cool.
Yeah.
Isn't that the coolest thing? I love DC, but I was almost cried yesterday about it though.
Yeah, I'm staying away from there for right now.
Yeah, I would too.
Yeah. What about you, Connect? Where are you from?
I'm from out in the middle of the woods in the mountains, right where it meets the desert, where we play with the snow. So
I think I know that place.
Yeah. I'm in Colorado.
Colorado has such beautiful national parks and things.
Yes.
Oh, you are so
I didn't know that when you said that. I'm like, oh, he just described Colorado.
I much prefer cold weather. So, that's nice, Colorado.
It's nice parts of the year.
Yeah, I like heat. I'm going back to Florida.
There you go.
I'm afraid heat bothers me. I have some medical problems that don't interact with the heat very well.
Understood. Yeah.
My whole life I've had some congenital problems that cause difficulties, and that's why I had to retire early.
Gotcha.
Well, according to Internet Lurker, I'm from 960 BC Roman Empire.
Well, I'm so happy this crypto stuff has really stimulated my mind, use it or lose it.
Mine too, by a lot.
It's really a third career for me. I had a second career kind of doing a pro bono legal assistance to people who were representing themselves. So I did that part-time a little bit. I just like to study everything I can. I'm like a sponge. Every new field or anything that I could do, I try to do. Like even in medical school, I had a classmate who had been the master bricklayer in South Carolina, and he went to medical school with me. And on weekends, he built his house, and he'd invite his classmates to help him. So I learned, how to wire a house, how to put in plumbing. I learned a little carpentry about, all sorts of things. So I've been able to do my repairs without having to call an expert.
That's a great skill to have. It's a great skill to have.
Yeah, although right now I'm a little too weak and my hands don't work so well, so I can't really do the plumbing and electricity because I can't handle it.
So you get your grandchildren to come over, give them hammers and power tools, and put them
how to do it. Right.
Just make sure they keep all their fingers and toes.
Well, they're a little far away. That's why I wanted to move closer to them. My granddaughter in near Washington. So
yeah.
Anyways. We'll see what happens. It all depends upon how things grow, and I'm waiting for some of my stakes to mature so I can, like I said, have some bills coming up. But right now, I have to economize a bit.
Yeah. Well, so while we wait, there's been a lot of critics of the penalties of emergency end staking, and I actually think that's a feature, not a bug. And when I say that, it's because it goes back to what Johnny was saying, that it's teaching us good behaviors. It's
absolutely
incentivizing us for doing good, doing well. And I think it's one of the things that it keeps you from robbing yourself of tomorrow's wealth.
Absolutely.
That all Hex is going to do is appreciate.
Life is not a free ride, and you
And
learn from your mistakes.
No one's telling you to open that box. You're holding that box. You got the combination. If you open that box, there's going to be penalties. Don't open the box.
Well, what Hex teaches you too, Hex teaches you that education is important. If you don't educate yourself about your investments, you're going to get wrecked. So it teaches good behavior. And if you lose a little bit because you didn't read and you just want to get rich quick and you think this is just another, let's trade that, all the advertisement about you can trade and get rich with cryptocurrency. No. You'll get wrecked.
Costly lesson, but you won't forget it.
No, you don't forget things that hurt you.
They're scars for a reason. They're scars to remind you.
Well, that's how we learn in life. I mean, your whole life, you're learning by your mistakes.
Yep.
That's part of life. It's not a free ride. You don't get rich quick. And so I think the penalties are absolutely necessary. But on my channel, I want to make a video explain that. Explain about the penalties, explain how to buy the Hex, and explain how it's a different frame of mind. That's the most important thing I want to do in my next video, is explain that Hex is a whole new type of asset that essentially can replace your pension.
Well, and it's not just better for the individual, but it's better for the network. So you're doing, by benefiting everybody else in the network, you yourself are benefiting. And I don't know a lot of other projects that are magnanimous in that way, where they incentivize you to be a good actor on behalf of everybody else.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And it penalizes you if you don't pay attention to education. That's one thing in the country right now. I think over the last 20 years, 30 years, the United States has de-emphasized education. And, said you make decisions by emotion, by passion. No, you need education. It's extremely important. And if you don't educate yourself about what you get involved with in life, in any aspect of your life, you're going to suffer.
And
you have to have penalties.
None of us Hexicans got to the point where we are today without learning and making our mistakes as we went. The whole time, all the tools and how Hex works has been teaching us kind of just the carrot and stick method. Sometimes we got scolded, we realized, but then we had tools at our disposal that even Richard didn't realize were tools at the time, like the emergency end stake feature. He didn't really necessarily see that as a tool. He gave that maybe something to people that didn't honor their word to, hurt themselves, like we talked about earlier, and then reward the ones that kept good behavior and actually did what they said they were going to do. but he never saw it being a tool during the adoption phase where we were all learning what Hex was. We didn't realize how valuable T-shares were. We didn't realize we didn't realize how important longer really was. Like, we might have had an idea, but we had an idea based off the old crypto model, which was maybe 1 to 2 years tops.
Well, get rich quick. You know, this is not get rich quick. It will probably do better than any other investment in crypto in the short term, but in the long term, it has incredible potential for you know, helping you grow your wealth in a responsible manner.
Yes.
So there's so much to learn with Hex, and I want to be part of teaching. That's something I've done my whole life in medicine and in research science and molecular biology, whatever. I taught a lot of people. You know, I was a bit of a nerd, and I went to college very young, and I was teaching graduate students when I was in college because I was a nerd, you know. And so I love to teach, and I love to talk. I have the gift of gab a little bit, as you can tell.
It's the best thing you can do is pass down knowledge. And yeah, I'm very aware. My mom has the gift of gab too. So
oh, that's wonderful. Well, I think girls tend to be gab more than the boys do, but I don't know.
I don't know. I'm just being behaved right now, so.
But you guys,
I do have a funny one for you guys, because there was a guy that was attacking Richard for saying on the Twitters, saying, you know, oh, you know, him and his get rich quick scheme. Well, first of all, if you thought it was a get rich quick scheme, you're way off. So my reply was something to the effect of, sure, incentivizing positive behavior and building wealth over time, scam. Yeah.
Sounds awful.
Yeah. Stop teaching us how to behave properly financially, Richard. Would you please?
How
well,
dare
I think
you?
the four of us could come up with some wonderful advertisements. There's, you know, advertising lines. You know, we're all sort of could be copywriters to make little ads, because there's just so much we can say about Hex. It's such an innovation in finance.
Hours of
content. But any new innovation, any new development is the first attack brutally before it can be accepted. You know, even
first they laugh at you. What did Gandhi say? First they laugh at you.
Yeah. First they laugh at you, then they try
fight
to
you,
and they win.
And then
or they ignore you. Laugh, ignore, fight.
Yeah. Yes, first they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they fight you, then you win.
Yep.
I think that's how it goes.
Yep, and then they come in. Then they join us. Yep.
So then they cry when they see what they've missed out on.
Kicking and screaming the whole way.
It seems at this point in time, they're just trying to accumulate behind their listeners' backs before they pump the price to them.
Yeah, before they say, hey guys, guess what?
I changed my mind.
Check it out, it's brand new.
Things are different now. Things are different now. That's what you're going to hear. Things are different now.
It's no longer a scam because I say so now.
Yeah.
So.
Yep.
Get in, guys. Meanwhile, they've been in for months and months at a time, accumulating.
Yep.
Well, I think this year is going to continue to be fantastic growth for Hex, because as more of us get in and make YouTubes and make discussions or whatever, podcasts and whatever, I think people will start understanding that this is really something really innovative, really new in finance and decentralized finance, and really gives the power back to the people.
Yep. We
the people. And I think that's an incredible thing. And we can sell that to Americans in particular, but even people all over the world. Right now, I'm helping a 14-year-old boy in Africa, in French Cameroon. He speaks French, he speaks a little English, but I can manage in a little bit in French. And I've been teaching him. I found him floundering on the internet and just losing the little bit of money he had, and I gave him some advice, and he bought into a little Hex. First, he got the permission of his village elders. I made him talk to his father, and I talked to his father, and then you know, I realized they were in sort of a village structure, and it's very important in the African community to the village elders have to approve things. often approved marriage and everything else in some of these rural areas. And so we got permission of the village elders for him to invest about $100 in Hex. And they're just jumping up and down with how much it's grown, you know, for somebody that poor. And I had him, you know, stake it out for like 5 years, and $100 in 5 years is going, you know, could easily be $8,000 with a very conservative estimate. And so when he finally understood what I was explaining to him, he was just, you know, beside himself in happiness. And it's inspired him to study statistics and calculus and to get permission of the village elders to go to college. So I think that's a incredible motivation for somebody.
You changed his life.
I think it's wonderful. And we can do that with people. If every one of us takes on 1 or 2 people like that to help from somewhere in the world, I think that, you know, we could do a lot of good.
Yeah. We are. You're doing a lot of good. It's already started with you and a lot of other Hexicans out there.
I'm so happy my YouTube channel already has 118 people watching it.
Oh, it's going to be
and
more
I
than that.
only made 1 video, but all I really did was
made
a lot of videos and put it, you know, made it an educational source.
I think you're going to see some very generous donations to your ETH address as well. I hope so.
I hope so. I hope so. I'm glad it's in your description. Thank you for that.
Yep.
Well, we'll be okay.
I'm good with that.
But you know, if anybody wants to donate, you know, beggars can't be choosy. I'm not in the greatest financial situation, so, but I manage. I do manage.
You will be. You're taking back your control. You took the steps to take back your control. You recognized the innovation when you saw it, and that puts you way ahead of you know, a lot of the crypto space, and it's amazing. I think you were probably drawn because you are a problem solver. You've got that problem solving mentality, and I think that's what drew you to Hex more than anything else because of its complexity, right?
Well, I think the fact that the math, there was so much innovative math, and the way that Richard, just his whole personality is, you know, he's very inquisitive. He's learned so much, and he talks about how he's learned all sorts of things. Went to a very good high school. I also went to a very kind of special high school for gifted people. And so I connected with him when he talked about his high school, and I thought about my high school and the privilege I've had that most people don't have, to have a good education and to meet so many intellectuals and, I mean, Nobel Prize winners and work with them and whatever. I have had a privileged life. No matter what situation I'm in right now, I mean, I would still die happy. I mean, you know, I have more privileged life than 99.9% of people in the world. And so I can't complain.
Well, you got 15-year stakes, Grandma. You got to stick around.
Yep.
That's right. Absolutely.
You got to stick around. You got to enjoy those games.
We got to
I
celebrate.
hope, but I think it's probably a 50-50 chance. I do have issues, the medical issues, and I just have to be grateful for every day.
Agreed.
Yeah. Well, we're glad to have you here now. So thank you for joining us.
If I make this YouTube channel, it will outlive me, I think.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
It'll be part of your legacy.
Yeah, and then people can learn about this stuff, and maybe, you know, I can hand it off to somebody and they can keep it up to date.
Yeah.
And that's actually a good kind of place to talk about is legacy. You know, you get to a point in your life and you think about what you are going to leave behind. You know, I'm middle-aged. These guys are younger.
Dude, I'm like 57.
I just look good for 60.
I'm coming up on my half a century. So,
well, I am over 65.
Grandma, shh. Don't tell me. Don't tell me.
49.
Think of me as 20.
49.
Think of me as 21. I was a hot chickie when I was 21.
I believe you. I don't think
tell
any
by
of
the way you hit on all the boys. We can tell. Grandma was used to having any boy she wanted.
Yeah, they were shy compared to you, Grandma. By
Yeah.
By far.
But you guys, I'm laughing my head off half the day. I wake up in the morning, I watch some of the YouTube stuff, and I get so much entertainment. Oh my goodness! If you're homebound like I am, and you have to get help, I have a homemade who comes twice a week to help me with a few things. But my goodness, this YouTube and the internet and all this stuff, it really helps an old girl like me have a little fun.
There you go. Love it.
I have a vivid imagination too.
Oh God. we got to keep it PG.
We're about running out of time. Yeah.
Come on, Grandma. We got to leave the legacy. Let's keep it PG for your future.
Let's leave the mystery in Grandma.
She was not burnt by Richard sometimes potty mouth. She saw that and listened to the knowledge that he presents.
It's such a good stream, and now we're gonna go into pulses right at the end.
Oh, I know. We got a guy asking if we got someone asking if crypto grandma has an OnlyFans account.
I have to meet some of you in person. I'll tell you, I really do. Sometime I have to meet people in person.
Maddie's probably in the background right now, just like, cut, someone else get in here.
Now we're going to have a real in-person Hex convention probably next year after everything has calmed down that we can't mention, otherwise we get banned from YouTube.
Yep.
So when things calm down, there will probably be an in-person one. The reason we're doing this the way we're doing it now is simply because there's not a lot of options to get everybody all in one space. Plus, we need to let some of those stakes mature, right? So we're not
absolutely. And we have to wait for me to get a shot, and then 3 weeks later to get another shot, so it will be safe for Grandma.
That's right. That's right. Everyone's got to keep arm's distance away from Grandma.
Yeah, it'll be another month or two before I could get the shot to deal with our world event.
Gotcha.
Well, when Grandma gets her shots and we all get our shots, we have our convention, we owe Grandma a hug. We don't give
and
her
there's toilet paper on the shelves again.
Well, I can't wait till I can give a lot of you a hug. I'll be so happy.
It'll be a good moment.
Yeah. So spread around my YouTube channel. If you have anybody who is uncertain and doesn't even know how to buy Bitcoin, tell them that there's an educational channel where there's playlists and explain what playlists are. And I have it, separated out, cryptogramma basics for this very basic thing, seed phrases, wallets, and how to buy Bitcoin and ETH. And then something on Hex investments, all the different, security and everything. So I have it all. Even finance. I found a video on how the economic system works. That's very kind of like a cartoon that is very easy to understand for anybody.
That's awesome.
It's great.
So it'll work fine. And I even found a French version of it, and I sent it to the village elders, with a young boy in French Cameroon. And that helped them understand, what is fiat and what is crypto. And, it just helped them a little bit. It comes in the French and German version. So on how the economy works. So that's where I started them off at. And then I have been taking them in little steps over about 6 months.
Yeah, changing that one kid's life is going to cascade into the elders, into the village. And it's just like what we're doing in Hex, right? Like as a community, as we all share our knowledge and talents and spread Hex, we give that right back to everyone else. Like we were talking about earlier, like this is the only cryptocurrency that I've ever brought my family into. Like I would never in 1,000 years ever have brought my family into any cryptocurrency. Wouldn't touch it with the 10-foot pole. So this is the first cryptocurrency where I had no problems bringing my sister on. I had no problems making stakes for my parents because I love them to death, but they are completely they're 1,000 times more literate than you, Grandma. They couldn't even manage. There's no way. So I made stakes for them. And I hope to make their dreams come true down the road as my longer stakes mature. And it's the beautiful thing about Hex. A bunch of selfless people came together that are very talented, very intelligent, and they're spreading that to everyone they know. And then there's kinetics.
It took me a while to get my son involved in this, but you know, he's not as mathematically inclined as I am. He's more people inclined. He's a union representative out in the Northwest. He's a pretty tough guy, and he helps people get what they're due. You know, so I'm so proud of him in what he does, and he finally understands what crypto is and what Hex is, and he invested a little bit. So that helped me understand what, you know, non-mathematically inclined people who are you know, busy in their lives, what it takes to get them to understand things by going through it with my son first.
Yeah, you have to find when you pitch something to someone, you just have to find out what's important to them.
Yeah.
And then whatever you're pitching to them, you show them how it can help improve their life and get them to where they want to go, right? So
not the features, but the benefits to them.
Right.
Yeah, and you don't have to be so fixated on shares and mathematics and all that. You can explain things in other ways.
Yep.
You just have to change their frame of reference, because that's the bottom line.
That's right.
Get them out of this get rich quick mentality, this trading mentality, this tying your pension to your job. I mean, it's more, or tying your money to your bank. I mean, you have to get out of that frame of reference.
It all comes down to education, like you were talking about earlier. It just all comes about education and just continuing to acquire knowledge as you go throughout life. Just gonna make
Absolutely. So I'm hoping I'll be able to, I'd say in the next 1 to 3 months, I'm going to contribute a lot more videos on my YouTube channel. I think I'll make some progress now.
You should. You definitely should.
Absolutely.
I'll be watching.
All of you guys watching right now, you know what to do.
New background by Crypto Kool-Aid. Yep.
Oh, I'm so happy that it's so much fun.
Yeah, it's gonna look so cool.
Excited. It's like a Christmas present.
And we're in January. It's perfect.
Oh my! You're just so wonderful to Grandma. All you boys.
Wonderful to us. So we'll take care of you.
Well, it's a wonderful community, a really fantastic community. I recommend it highly.
Hi, boss.
Oh, hi, Maddie. Thank you so much for making it.
Hey, you guys have been doing great.
I love this conference. Oh, it's been so inspiring. Funding Jim and Nerd Girl and Coffee. Boy, was he good.
It's all about the
All of
coffee.
them great.
She loves that coffee. She's gone right by you, Johnny. She's going to coffee.
Yeah.
I'm not on the visit list.
I too, Johnny.
I like Johnny's videos. I'm gonna put some. I think I may have put one on the channel already. I don't know, but
You are
I saw
welcome
that
to
video
share
with the
any kind of
marbles, and the diamonds and stuff.
One of the best videos out there.
Video.
When you guys get together, you'll have to stream together. Right? That would be so cool.
Of course.
Well, maybe I'll get to streaming on my channel. We'll see. I'm excited. I like to learn things.
Well, you guys all did an excellent job, and I can't thank you enough. So,
well,
we
thank
are
you,
very
Maddie.
excited to have you as part of the community. You give us an extra perspective. We appreciate your voice in the community, and it's very great to have you.
Well, I'm so excited. I'm. Oh, you embarrassed me, Gary.
well, thanks to everybody, and we'll catch up with you guys on the social if you're able to make it.
Well, everybody's going to get together with me sometime, so I can't wait. I just can't wait.
Me neither.
It's going to be
looking forward to
this
it.
year is going to be a blast. It really is going to be a blast.
Well, thanks, Maddie, for having us. We really appreciate it, buddy.
Maddie's done a great job, and I love his emphasis on responsibility and mental health and improving your long-term life goals. I mean, he's just wonderful, isn't Maddie?
It's the best.
Yes, thank you, Maddie.
We're going to be nice to Maddie because he's got the kill switch.
Yeah, and now he's like, and goodbye.
Well, I think we're probably taking up too much time. I don't know how much time were we allotted, an hour, right?
We're running over.
Minutes over. Yeah, we're over.
Well, yeah, keep going for another minute because Hexologist just stepped away from the camera. I think. Oh, there he is. Okay.
Hexo!
All right.
Next.
Thanks, guys.
Bathroom snacks.
Well, say hello to Hexo for me, would you?
Appreciate you guys.
Well,
All right, guys.
Hexo's fantastic. I love he makes me smile every day.
thanks, guys.
Agreed.
Bye-bye. It's been fun.
Hey, how's it going?
Hello, hello. You,
So
you. There we go. How's it going, man? How's it going? Had to make an entrance, you know, when you're at a conference, you have to make an entrance,
The
right?
crowd is going wild.
Exactly. That's what I needed. I needed the crowd go wild moment to get me all pumped up for tonight.
I'm pumped.
All right. I am pumped.
I'm gonna hand it over to you, okay?
All right, here we go. All right, guys. Tonight, the topic is discipline. Discipline with Hex. That is our topic tonight. So, are you guys looking for the brand new Hex shortcut on how to end your stakes early without penalties? Are you guys wanting the 10 hacks that will get you more T shares after you've already staked your Hex that you've created? Well, if you're listening to this speech, you're not going to find any of these things because there are none. There are no shortcuts. There are no hacks, or there are no hacks, excuse me, in Hex. Hex is a smart contract, emphasis on the word contracts there, that once you've begun your stake on your Hex, excuse me, I got my notes and everything. You have metaphorically stamped it on the blockchain, and you cannot, and it cannot be undone after the day has rolled over. Just imagine every time that you stake, you're pretty much entering into a contract that certifies that you're going to do what you say that you're going to do, and if you don't, well, you're going to be penalized. And we've seen that in the last year, right? We've seen, I think, 1.5 billion. Hex in penalties. I don't know what that is in times that by 0.012, I think is the price right now. But that's a lot of penalties. That is a lot of money that people just threw the wind. Well, to the wind as the stakers and half to the OA. So as a staker that's been disciplined and gone with my stakes, hey, I'm doing all right. If you find yourself staked for 15 years and thinking to yourself, what have I done? 15 years is a long time. It is. It really is. And it's going to take every ounce of discipline to not unstake that Hex, even when we see astronomical numbers in Hex or huge dips. Maybe that you or astronomical numbers in Hex, maybe that so high that you didn't even think that you could get those kind of numbers in Hex, or we're going to see dips that sometimes in bear markets you go down 80-95%. Are you ready for those? Are you ready for those 15-year stakes, 1-year stakes, 2-day stakes? If we go down 80%, you got a 2-day stake in. Are you going to be prepared to not unstake those? Now that you've got staked your Hex, it could be for 1 or 5,555 days. You decide to end your stake. Just be prepared, and that you're going to be penalized. The Staker app is a very good app to help you out with the emergency end staking penalties. But if you're not willing to use that, which we've seen a lot. There's a lot of nukage that has gone on in the last year that people just completely destroy their entire stakes because they weren't possibly. I mean, most of we don't know, but there's some people that we know, but they're not knowledgeable about what they invested in. They haven't looked into it enough. and they thought that they could stake for 2 days and then emergency and stake, or they thought that they could stake before the big payday and only do half of their time and then get out as soon as they possibly could at maybe their halftime. But with the big payday bonus, it ate up some of their profits. If you're into making a quick buck, you could get lucky and play the trading game where 99% of the people lose their money. And you're probably one of them. So, we've all been traders, right? We've all been traders. I think that's what cryptocurrency really tries to tell everybody. Oh, you're a trader. Come to Bybit. Come to this exchange. Come to this exchange, and be one of these guys that we can that you can trade on here, and you'll be great at it. You'll be great at it. Well, 99% and even more, I'm guessing, in a longer period of time, lose their money. Traders are the players that aren't willing to play the game of discipline. Hodling is that game that we play as hex stakers, and so many have talked about it for the last 10 years. I mean, hodl, HODL, or HODL, hold on for dear life, was derived from Bitcoin, right? It was derived from Bitcoin. I can't remember the exact date, but they termed the phrase hodl, and it was hold on to your Bitcoin and hold on to it for a long time. And and what we see now is the people that held on to their Bitcoin for the last 9, 10, 8, 9, 10 years, those people are the rich people. Do you see many traders? Do you see many traders that are actually making money? Not a whole lot. But those are the Bitcoin billionaires of 2021, is the people that decided to be disciplined, to hold on to their Bitcoin. But if you're wanting to grow your hex and possibly even make it so your hex even works for you, you're going to have to be disciplined, guys. You're going to have to be disciplined. You're going to have to work at it every day. That discipline will help you power through the dip, the fear, the uncertainty, and the doubt that may come from others on Twitter, people that you know, people inside our own community, guys. Yeah, I know it sounds crazy right now, like, oh, nobody's gonna turn their back on the community. We're such a tight-knit community, and we really are. We really are a tight-knit community. But we've seen in the last year where there becomes somebody that just starts to FUD the bags a little bit, and then they do it a little bit more, and then it's a whole fiasco. And it was somebody that was high up there in the rankings. And then they start to FUD the bags because maybe they didn't get the prices they wanted. Maybe they didn't get maybe they weren't as disciplined as you were, and they want to make you, so you're gonna unstake your bags. Let's see. Or even your family, friends and family that you may know could try to FUD you out of your bags. You don't know that, they're gonna be, hey, Jimmy, you should probably get out of that. Go. What are you doing with your life? You have a 2-year stake, just emergency unstake and get on with your life, or whatever. Your friends and family have a lot of pull on your mental state. So you've got to be disciplined, guys. That is tonight's word, is discipline, and hopefully you guys understand it. When Hex was built, I don't think Richard even thought that he was building the ultimate discipline machine, guys. But it is a byproduct of it. If you're not disciplined in Hex and you become undisciplined, even for a day, let's say you get drunk, you get you're high on something, I don't know. You decide, oh, this is junk or something, end stake, and I'm going to go trade it. Well, you could be penalized and you could lose everything in one day. So it really does. Being disciplined will take you. You have to be disciplined every day with your stakes. But on the opposite side, if you decide to be disciplined with your stakes, you will ultimately be rewarded with more Hex. So as long as you do what you say you're going to do, and let's say you had a 100-day stake, in 100 days, you fulfilled that, you ended the stake on time. You are going to receive more Hex than you put in. So that is one of the coolest things about Hex, I think. is that it rewards people that are disciplined, the people that are that are going to keep their word to others. Hex teaches people not only to be disciplined in their digital lives, but also their real lives. Sometimes this is the first time that people first for people on becoming disciplined, guys. Sometimes people have just kind of lived their life being undisciplined. I know that, you know, like, oh, well, I'll just do this or this, you know, I'll eat this. And I've been in that boat too, you know, undisciplined, eating like crap, never working out, not worrying about a whole lot. Well, Hex, for some of us, or for some people that may be watching this, it's your first time. It's your first time ever being where you have to be disciplined and to not worry, to not to break down and end those stakes. So you have to just watch it. You're just going to watch it. We've already seen this many times in the in Hex. We've seen the Cabana Challenge, the Ski Cat Challenge, the Vadashi, Mr. Vod is what his name, challenge. You know, I think I went 67 hours without eating, which was pretty crazy. That was pretty hard. We were gonna go longer, but I couldn't do it anymore. And yeah, there was other circumstances. We were gonna go until an app came out, but the app didn't end up coming out then. So. But people are trying to look for workout, dieting, exercises, or dieting and exercises. Also, they're streaming their walks, going for runs, etc. People in Hex want a better life because they know in 15 years the stakes that come up. And if Hex does what we think that it's like going to do, what we all think it's going to do, most of us in the community in the next 15 years, they know how much it's going to impact their life. If it impacts their life that hard, they don't want to be running around trying to get fit when they got stakes coming out and they're like, oh man, I could go to the beach today, but I'm like 100 pounds overweight or I'm 50 pounds overweight. Man, I wish I would have just taken that time, those 2 years or those 15 years or however long you've got a stake to mold your body, to form, to do what you want to do right now. And that's what you should be doing. You should be enjoying the ride, guys. Enjoy the ride. Don't be, if you guys ever seen the movie Click is a good movie. It's about some guy, if you guys haven't ever seen it, it's about a movie where a guy has a remote control and he can fast forward time, but it can't rewind. He can fast forward it. And he pretty much just fast forwards through all the boring parts in his life, probably all the bad parts too. I can't remember. I haven't seen it in like 10 years, 15 years. I've seen it once, but it was really good. It was an impactful movie. If you guys need to see it, or you guys should all watch it. But he always fast forwards through all of the boring parts of his life, and he ends up fast forwarding pretty much through in his entire life. Which if you don't, you know, and then he's just dead at the end. He's like an old man. And he fast forwarded through his whole life. He didn't enjoy the ride. So right now is where we enjoy the ride, guys. If you have 15-year stakes, enjoy the ride. Just sit back, enjoy the ride, watch your Hex pile up, be disciplined. Don't worry about it. And you know, if you got 15-year stakes and that's the only thing you have, hey, just don't even look at the price. Delete all of the apps. Probably don't even come into the chats. Just forget about it for 14 and a half years. Let's see. People ask me all the time why there's so many many Hexicans that are also military vets. Well, it's a pretty simple answer. If you have to sign your name on a dotted line for 4 years, when I signed up into the Marines, I signed up for 4 years. Actually, it was 8 years, but 4 years active duty and then 4 years of inactive reserve duty. So pretty much 8 years, but really you're really only doing 4. When you sign your name up to there, you're doing it. You're doing that 4 years. There's no way you're going to be getting out. And just like the blockchain, just like Hex, excuse me, once you commit it to staking that for 2 years, 4 years, 8 years, well, you've just given up that time. You don't even have to do anything in Hex. That's probably the best part about it. You just have to forget about it and remember to end stake it on the day that you said you were going to unstake it. well, at least 14 days after it. So I think that's one of the reasons why there's so many military guys in Hex, is because we are, when we say that we're going to do something, I mean, for me, if I tell somebody that I'm going to do something, I do it. And I feel like that's with a lot of military members. But you know, there's obviously outliers in a lot of those too. Oh, and then so after 400 straight days of doing my live stream every day at twitch.tv/the Hexologist, it's at 6:40 p.m. Eastern time every night. I can compare the Hex contract to how I run my own show, guys. I started out with just 5 people watching me. Some of them were trolls, some of them have came and gone, and some of them are still here probably in the chat tonight. But one of the things I learned early was when I was starting the YouTube channel was that consistency was nearly the most important aspect of creating a brand new channel. If you're going to post irregularly, you can make it, but if you were going to post irregularly, you can make it, but you had to have really good content. You know, like Crypto Coffee, he might be irregular, but he's got awesome content. So, but if you're not the best, you know, like if I don't have Crypto Coffee type material, and this is what I had to compare myself with, that I needed to be consistent, because if I didn't have, you know, I didn't have spreadsheets pulled up, I didn't have all this other good material that he had, I just knew that I could be consistent. Well, that's something that I could to give the community, and people knew. But when you're consistent, people know when you're going to go on with YouTube, with DLive, with Twitch, whatever avenue that you're planning on streaming, or all 3. But if people know that you're streaming, let's say at 6:30 p.m. Eastern every night, then you know, say that you're going to do that, and it doesn't have to be every day, guys. It doesn't have to be every day. It can be Tuesdays, you're going to do this. Wednesdays, you're going to do this. Tuesdays, Thursdays, you're going to do this. But just keep it consistent. If you keep it consistent, then people know when you're going to be on, and they'll show up. They'll show up. It's just like a TV show. People want to see something, and then when it's irregular, people don't like it. When it's just like up and down and up and down. Unless you know, that's kind of how your schedule is, and you can post stuff when, you know, like a YouTube video sometimes come out randomly, and you'll watch them no matter what. Like if Crypto Coffee comes out with a video, I'm watching it no matter what. You know, but if my favorite guitar player puts a video out every day and I'm watching him, and he doesn't have it for a week, and I'm just like, what's going on? This is people don't like that. People don't like change. So keep it consistent if that's how you start. And most people love it when you are consistent. You had to have the discipline. So I had to have the discipline to stick with it. Oh, wait, let me see. Okay. And people knew when you were, okay. So when people know that you're going to go on, you'll undoubtedly gain a following, guys. You had to have the discipline to stick with it. And you can't falter. You can't falter when you're doing the daily streams if you want to gain more subs, because if you do, the YouTube algorithm is gonna see that, and they're gonna you know, put you further down and not show you on people's pages as much, and punish you ultimately for doing that. And also, the viewers that you were gonna watch your show are now they're just like, oh, okay, well, maybe he'll post another one, and they're gonna go find somebody else that is being consistent to do that, to fill their time, because they had that time allotted just for you. And now you've switched it up on them, so they might go find somebody else. So I took this to heart when I started my channel, guys. I told myself for at least the entire launch phase that I was going to do a stream every night. And I did. I ended up doing it. I'm on day 402 or 403. I also, not only do I do my own show, I do streams like this. I do RG3 streams sometimes. I do other people's streams. So I don't know how many streams I've done in the last year, but it's a lot. It's a lot. So, but I've been here through the 4 fuddennings. I endured through seeing when my child was born. You know, the day that she was born, I was in the hospital streaming. You know, even if it was for 15 minutes. But I was determined to show everybody that how disciplined I was and how it could be done for everybody else. Just like the Hex contract. If you're committed, you're going to gain stuff, guys, and you're going to be happier because of it. So now that we're here on day 402, I haven't missed a stream yet. I'm doing much better in my own life, but also with my family. You know, my family life has gone, you know, it's done a green hex candle up. So I mean, it's been way better. Everything's been better, guys, just because I was disciplined. Discipline has saved me from many things this year. And I'm grateful that I've had such an inspirational design of a product to help me through all of it. So if you are somebody that likes to be disciplined and wants a challenge, Hex is the crypto for you because you will be tested. It won't be easy. But if you are able to endure the down days, the rewards could be and probably will be life-changing. So that's my speech, guys. And there you go. There's your Hexo speech. I got some paint going up. I know that you guys wanted to see some paint. Let me share my screen so Maddie can show it. So everybody wants to see a staking ladder. So maybe you don't have to be as disciplined. Maybe you guys don't have to be as disciplined, and we can show you how to do a staking ladder. You guys love the staking ladders. You love it when Hexo has his Hexo drawing. So let's see. Let's see. Where's the old pen? Let's get the pen out here. And here we go. So this is how I teach people how to do staking ladders. And, you know, you can switch it up however you want. You can have many different variations. You don't have to look at just this one. I'm going to do yearly stakes with one stake for each year. So this will be this is what we're looking at, what we're going with. So here's year one. We're just going to do this 1, 2, 3, 4. And the reason why I'm doing this on stream, you know, these numbers, because everybody loves it. Everybody. 5, 6, 7, 8. These are years, by the way. These are years. 9, 10. Okay, we'll just go with 10. We'll just go with 10 right now, just because you know, time consuming, very time consuming stuff here. So what we're doing is you know, for the first year, let's say you got to go this. For first year, what you'd want to do if you're putting in a staking ladder, this is so you don't have to, if you're one of these guys that's not as disciplined as others, and you're just worried that like, hey, I can't do a 15-year stakes. Don't worry. I can't do a 15-year stakes and just look at it either. So don't worry. Yes, Bob Ross, the Bob Ross of Hex right now. Don't worry. That's not what we're doing. You don't have to stake all of your Hex for 15 years, guys. You can do it for many stakes. And that might be actually the best, because this is what I do. Maybe not exactly like this, but this is probably the easiest way to explain it. So so the green is going to be your stakes. So green is stakes. Here we go. Stakes. There we go. Here we go. Yeah, it looks nice. That looks nice. There we go with the candle. Then we're going to have a green candle. We love green candles over at on my channel. There we go. And red is going to be our, well, no, we don't want to use red. Let's use blue. No, purple. Purple is a little bit better. There we go. Purple is going to be our profits. So there we go with the purple and our profits. Purple profits. There we go. Profits. And there we go. Profits. Okay. So what we're going to do is, let's say we have 100,000 Hex. We got 100,000 Hex here. 100,000. And we want to see how many, or we want to stake it out proportionately for each year. So what we're going to do is put 10,000 here, 10,000 here, 10,000 here, and so forth. There you go. And it's beautiful, beautiful. There you go. So if you're looking at this, you got 10,000 pretty much each stake, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, 10,000 Hex per each one. Then when the year comes up, you're going to start seeing your interest climb like this, guys. This is how the interest is going to look on these stakes. There you go. I'm going to start looking a little something like this. Hopefully we have enough room. All right. There we go. All right. That looks beautiful. That looks like something you'd buy from a store. All right. So what the plan is for these laddered stakes, and you don't have to follow this. You can do whatever you want with your hex. You could sell your stakes when they come up. Hey, you want to sell your stake and your profits. Hey, that's cool. You can sell your stake and your profit. But what people are doing is having some perpetual income that you will always have stakes coming out every year. So what I mean by that is you would take this hex, this green, and let's just start with the profits. So you would take the profits and you would sell the profits. Sell. There you go. Sell the profits, and you'd come back with your and then with this with the stake that you had, the first stake that you had, you would just take it right here and you'd put it all the way back here until 11, until year 11. So now you got the stake that's coming out on year 11. Then you would just do that over and over again. You would just restake this bad boy to year 12. All right. And then there you go. So what would happen is you're going to have some perpetual income. And by year 10, guys, sometimes some people are saying 80x for these 10-year stakes. I don't know how long it's actually going to be. But by year 10, you're going to have perpetual 10-year stakes that are coming out, guys. And that's going to give you a lot of interest for those stakes. And you can make it, whatever you want. You don't have to keep the stake. You could cut that in half. Say you want to do half of this stake and restake the other half or whatever. Whatever you want to do, there's lots of variations that you could do. But if you do it like this, there's going to be a lot of perpetual income that you're going to be able to have by year 10. And then at year 10, you're going to have, like I said, you're just going to have continuous stakes that are coming out for 10 years. You can do this with 15-year stakes. You can do this with 5-year stakes. You can do this with 2-year stakes and just do them monthly, weekly, bi-weekly. Be aware that the gas fees are astronomical and we don't know what the gas fees will be in 10 years. So be aware that, I did monthly stakes like this for my first staking ladder. And I wish I would have done them probably quarterly in a year. Just because the gas fees are so crazy that even unstaking once a month is going to cost me probably $100 or $200 worth of gas fees at the prices that we're at right now. So if you don't want to worry about that, and who knows what they're going to be at year 10, they could be $1,500 to unstake something. But I have no idea. But it'll probably be solved at that time. Ethereum will probably be solved at that time. But just be aware of that. That's a staking ladder, guys, and that's it. That's beautiful. That's the talk there, Maddie. Get me off the stage, please. Get me off the stage. Oh, geez. Let's see what's going on in the Hexo has climbed the ladders and saved the princess. All right, what's up, Maddie? Hold on, let me put on my headphones so you can. Hold up.
Hey, can you hear me?
Just a second. All right, there we go. Cool. Now I can hear you.
Yeah. So
Wow.
I really loved your talk and I can't believe you did the drawing. That's awesome. Like that's one of my favorite moments. I mean, I've got a lot in Hexo history, but you've done that on your show a couple of times, and it's always so amazing. And you're really educating people and making it fun and funny.
Oh, I didn't know it was that fun. I just thought it was.
Oh, it's fun. Do you remember when you drew a dog below it?
Oh yeah. People were asking me to draw different things. That was a legit drawing, guys. That wasn't me trying. I was a try hard right there. I was really going at it with the mouse.
So I know we've got another 25 minutes, and I'm not sure how you want to spend them. If you want to talk to me or go talk to the chat or whatever.
Yeah, whatever. If you want, you got questions, I got time. Let's hear it.
Sure. Well, one of the things that you did an interview with John McAfee, is that right?
Yeah. The day before we got the it was cool. Like that was kind of the time that it was very nervous for me to get onto stuff like this. Like it's easy to talk to a camera, but it's hard for me to talk to other people. And that was probably my second interview. And my first interview was with Richard Hart. And my second interview was with John McAfee. Like that I've ever. And I'm a pretty shy person. Like I'm really shy actually, which Hex has helped me with as well to get out there and actually talk with people, which has been great. But yeah, those are my two interviews. John McAfee he was a little crazy, but hey, like what did I expect? And I got a little bit of backlash because people were like, he was telling me like, oh, you can't stake. I can't remember what he said. You can't stake anything on the Ethereum. I can't remember, but it was just like, I didn't want to argue with John McAfee. So I just kind of moved on to the next topic, and everybody was like, you should have told him it was a proof of stake, proof of work. I was just like, dude, guys, it was John McAfee. I'm not going to sit there and talk about software and just be like, no, John, you're wrong, bro. Let's talk about it. I was just like, yeah, okay. Yeah. John thinks that whatever John wants to think, hey, you're a guest on my show, John. You could say whatever you want. So, yeah, he showed his tattoo. That's right. He like lifted up his shirt. He showed me all of his tattoos. So that was one of the questions. What was his favorite tattoo? It was like, something about his wife, like how if she tells him to do something, he has to do it or something. But yeah,
how did you prepare for that?
I kind of just looked because I knew like I've liked John McAfee since like I was a kid. I always thought he was like a badass, so I was like even when he like started his internet company in the 90s, or not his internet, but the McAfee internet stuff. I actually like followed him back then when I was a kid. I was like, dude, this guy's cool because I saw him on the news or something. And so I didn't follow him. Like I wasn't like, oh man. But so when he got on my show, it was like, it was like somebody that you've kind of looked up to or thought that was really cool your entire life coming on your show. So I was very nervous. So, but I don't know. I just kind of I didn't wing it. I had questions and stuff, but it was a fun one. It was actually pretty fun.
How did you get him?
He just posted on his Twitter. Whoever has 1,000 followers or subscribers over on YouTube, message me and we'll do a stream. And I was just like, hey, dude. And it was like, I didn't think he was gonna do it because I thought he was gonna be like the next day or something. They scheduled it out for like two months later, and I was like, "Oh man, that So I had a while to actually prepare for it.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah, it was awesome. It was and then I think it was the next day or the next 2 days after that, the Hex God Whale bought that huge green candle where we pretty much 100% in one candle, or maybe a little bit more than that. So everybody thought that it was John. Which I don't think that it was John, but yeah, it was a great time. I loved it. That was one of my favorite things about this year.
Yeah, well, you're really bringing awareness and your consistency, and I love your message from tonight of being disciplined, and that really goes along with how you're helping people and teaching people about financial discipline. I mean, you're changing a lot of lives.
Yeah. Well, I hope so. I mean, that wasn't what I set out to do. I set out to just pump my bags. I always tell people that I'm like, I didn't see a whole lot of
people.
You're
too modest.
Well, that's literally, I was like, I don't see anybody create a YouTube channel. Hey, I've always wanted to kind of do a crypto YouTube channel, but no projects or, these projects out there I didn't really have any faith in, or I didn't know enough about them to actually put my face on it, including Bitcoin. Not that I didn't know about Bitcoin, but it was just like, at the time when I was first getting in, I didn't know enough about it, or I probably would have started a YouTube channel or something. But so I started one, and yeah, I was just doing it to kind of pump my bags. I wanted to pump my bags, and I was like, this is probably the best way to pump your bags, right? Like, have a show about run crypto. But yeah, but it hopefully it worked. I don't know if it's pumped our bags at all, but hopefully it's worked a little bit. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, the God Whale bought right after McAfee was on your show, so it must have been one of his million followers that you attracted.
Possibly, maybe. I don't know. That might be actually something that happened. I don't know. I've never thought about it. I always just think everything's a coincidence. I'm like, oh yeah, it happened. So, I don't put any of that on me. I'm just like, yeah, sure. Yeah, I guess that's cool.
Well, you deserve a lot of credit, and
Thanks,
what you do is so phenomenal. And as you said, you're you are like Hex in that you are so disciplined and consistent. I'm curious to know, are there some days that you're less excited to stream than others?
Oh yeah. Catch me on like a 70% down day, and so like sitting there right before the stream, like, oh my god. But then you got to get on and be like, hey, what's up, everybody? Like you have to. Well, you do command your own mind to do what you want it to do. You can't let your mind be the leader. Like you're the leader in this platoon or whatever whatever you want to say. Like your mind is just on for the ride. So it's like, dude, you're get in line. You're coming with me. Let's go. We're having fun today. I don't care if we're down 80%. We're having a good time. And it turns out to be pretty fun. I mean, I like streaming. I don't know if everybody likes me streaming. It seems like it's all right. It's decent, but yeah, I always have a great time. It's never a dull moment, I guess. It's all, we even on down days, we find something to laugh about. We have, Ski Cat coming in, or we have somebody new that we can teach, or there's so much, or bunga bungas, like we got stakes coming out, emergency end stakes. There's always something to be interested in with Hex. And so it's like, it's never a dull moment. And that's why I've never wanted to even take a day off, because it's just like, I have fun doing it. I have fun hanging out with. I mean, it's like hanging with the boys is what I usually say. It's like, hey, what's up, guys? Everybody in the community is my friend. So it's really just, yeah, it's like hanging out with my bros, and I don't do that all day. I hang out with a 5-month-old all day, so it's really like, I need some time alone to hang out with the boys for an hour or something. Then I feel better. I feel better because of this community, to be honest with you, So yeah.
Well, you're the glue of the community, and it's yeah. No, thank you. It's you're part of the reason why I started streaming, and I really have to thank you because you're so willing to cross promote and to build up the other members in the community. I mean, the 24-hour stream was the perfect example of that, where you organized the community, and you're the glue, and so I mean, we're so lucky to have you.
Well, thanks, man. Thanks. I'm so lucky to have like the community, like yourself, like. You probably know how hard that is to put something together. Now you're probably like pulling your hair out, like, no, never again. I mean, those are the 24 hours. People are messaging you like, hey, what's going on again? And you're like, dude, you're on in like 2 minutes. What are you talking about? But yeah, I mean, that's but it all like is worth it once you're done, and you look back and you're like, wow, that was actually really amazing. At the time, it's like, I don't know how you feel, but like during the 24-hour stream, it's overwhelming where you're just like, looking at 30 chats, like, okay, oh no. So it's awesome that you're able to do this, man. And I'm glad that you put this together for us, because it's
thank you.
It really has brought the community together.
Yeah, there's so much good content that's happening now. One of the things that Bitfinesse said last night on the Hangout, he said, it might not be too late to get into Hex, but maybe now it is too late to be able to hear all the Hex content that's being created.
Yep.
And there's just an explosion of content, and I think it's really inspired by you and by the other people who have been leading the way.
Well, it's good. I think it's good also to have that much, because we're like blanketing the entire thing. If somebody wants to know about Hex, hey, there's somebody streaming, bro. Like you know, like that's why almost the emergency end stake penalties are like, I can't feel too bad for them. There's like a 24-hour stream that's always happening, guys. Like if you have questions, there's somebody streaming, I'm sure. Like let me just point you to them, or somebody that will get on stream probably with you just to talk you down from the ledge, if you will. You know, like, I'm gonna do it. No. Gotta get him back. Yeah. So I mean, it's really it's awesome that it has come this far, because last year I didn't see it act like this. I didn't see it anything close to this, to be honest with you, especially after because today is January 7th, January 5th of last year was the lowest day of Hex. We were at 0.75 Satoshis.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, I mean, it was one of the those are the hard days when everybody's calling you a scammer, saying that your project is gone, you're wrecked, and you just got to kind of fight on and just be like, no, that's just what cryptos are. And that's what I did. I just kept going with it, and look at where I'm at now. I guess I'm in the same room, I'm doing the same things, but but it's improved my life. Like I said, a green candle, like a huge green Hex God whale
Beautiful
candle.
way to put it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm doing way better than I was last year. I'm glad that I stuck to it, because I don't know. If I would be looking at this community right now, and I would have, just looking at it, and you guys are doing the same thing without me and stuff, I would be like, man, I wish I would have just kept on going with it. I wish I would have just stuck it out, those few more extra days, and I'm glad I did. It's been a great time. It's been a great time.
Are you ever going to take a day off?
Not, but I don't know. If I don't get cell phone service or something somewhere, would be the only excuse I have right now. I don't really have a plan to be like, yeah, I'm going to take it off. I plan on streaming for as long as I can. Really, I don't know.
We're lucky. We're lucky that you're so dedicated.
Yeah. Thanks, man. Let's see. There's a lot of people gonna sell. Don't FUD Hexo. Yeah, don't FUD me. I'm not fuddable, guys. I am not fuddable. I've heard it all. To this point, guys. I've heard it all. Call it call it whatever you want. I'll probably debate you, or I'll just, point you to a Richard Hart video and just be like, bro, really? And that's what I think is so funny. And that's really, Richard has taught me so much, and it's because I just watch his videos. It's not because I get personal instruction from Richard. I don't talk to him. I don't message him and just be like, hey bro, can you get on a live stream with me and we can just talk, and not with anybody else. We don't ever talk. But I just watch his videos because that's enough. What you guys have is what I have. And yeah, and by the way, guys, I'm super bullish. So although I have been for the last year, but it's for the yeah. Hex needs to donate to give Hexo and his family a trip to Hawaii. He deserves it. Hey, there you go, Hexrican. I like that, but yeah, can't wait to hang up a Hexkin Bros. Yeah, don't matter about stickers. Selling, someone else will buy. Yeah, unfuddable.
Well, Richard, he has said many times that he listens to you almost every night.
I know, yeah, which is inspiring, because I'm like, why listen to me? I'm just some doofus that has a lab coat on. I always think it's funny. I'm like, if people take me serious, I'm in a lab coat now. It was a meme at first to get more people to watch me, and now I'm like, every night gotta put the lab coat on, walking through the house and stuff, and I'm just like, but at first it was very I could see my wife just going like this when I would watch, last year, what is he doing? Why is he putting on a lab coat? But now I'm like, dude, this lab coat is awesome. What are you talking about? Yeah. It's got my name on the back and everything. I mean, what more could you want? What more could you want other than a lab coat with your name on the back of it? That's hilarious. Let's see. Lab coat of moon boots, exactly. 2,632. You got this, Hexo. What's a Cal Ripken streak? Did he do something for two? I don't know what that is. Did he like pitch or something for that many games? Is he a pitcher? Yeah, they wear those kind of lab coats. Hexo twitching. I'm not twitching. What are you talking about? Show you twitching, bro. Or you mean on my Twitch? Oh, sorry. I forgot this is your channel. You're like, what is happening?
What do you mean?
I was like getting ready to delete.
Is your time.
I know. That's hilarious. Oh, you're shortstop. He played consecutive games. Got it. Let's see. No days off. Well, guys, it's just about discipline. It's really about making yourself do it. It's not about going out and there's plenty of nights where I'm just like, gosh, I gotta go stream. Plenty of those, but I still do it. Still enjoy doing it. It's not that I don't enjoy it, but doing anything for that many nights, you're gonna get a little bit, there's gonna be those days where you're just like, gosh, and there is. Hexo's about to beef. Yeah, strong mindset. I mean, guys, when I was in the Marines, that's how it was. It was like you had to have that, and it wasn't about doing anything like going on a hike, you guys, for miles with a 240, 40-pound gun with a 100-pound pack or whatever it was. It was probably around 80 pounds to 100. And you had to do that for 14 hours a day. You just have to let your mind go. Like you just don't, you're not even in your mind. You're not talking to yourself. You're just making sure that next foot is going in front of the other one. And that's what you got to do in your life when there's something that you don't want to do, that you know that it's going to help you in the long run. And I know that Hex is going to help me, my family, and streaming this is going to help other people. If I decided tonight that I was like, no, this is the last night, guys, I don't know if the candles would, I don't know if I would affect the price. That's how I don't want to do that. If I was just like, I'm out, guys, this is not for me. I'm not a big Hex fan anymore. Like maybe that there's a red candle and then I'm ruining my own bag. I'm still pumping my own bag here. So
yeah, I mean, I don't like it when you say if Hex hits $100, then you might stop streaming. I don't like that at all.
Yeah, well, it would go down to 25 real quick. Well, I don't. I mean, it's not $100. That seems that's like $10. I think is like. I mean, that's a lot of money, guys. That's a lot of money. And for only the reason that legal reasons, where it's just like, yeah, I say something, somebody's gonna try to sue me or something, and then it's like,
but then you can just have more lawyers. Like
true. But then I have to pay for lawyers. True. We'll see. I love streaming, so it's not like I hate doing this. Not like I love doing it. But yeah, I don't want to chip connect anybody. There's the chip connect on my stream where everybody wants me to eat a chip, but it's gone. So we all say chip connect.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
we all have a good laugh. And yeah, so I don't want to tell everybody, oh, I'm gonna do this for 5,555 more days, and then 5,000 days. I'm like, all right, guys, I'm over it. And then old man, gray hair and everything. I don't know.
Well,
I don't know.
yeah,
We'll have to see. As long as I can stand it, guys. And I love doing it. So while I love doing it, I'm gonna do it. Once it gets to be where I'm just like not feeling it anymore, I'll slowly transition somebody, and I'll get like I'll get an actor to play me or something. I'll pay him off, have like some Jerry Seinfeld, like some where Jerry Seinfeld gets the guys that look almost like them. That's what I'm gonna get. Somebody that looks almost like me, but and I'm not even gonna say anything, and then he'll have my exact same background and everything. It'll be great. You guys will.
Well, to tell you the truth, I'm really relieved about Chip Connect because your health matters to me, and I don't want you to I don't want your stomach to exit scam you.
Oh, I would. Yeah, that's what I was worried about. Like, I'm not worried about the fire on the lips. It's the more of like when it goes, and I'm like, if I do this chip, there might not be consistency. You know, I might not make it to 405 like tomorrow or something, because I'll have to skip the day because I'll be so sick or something. So I'm like, I'd rather be consistent with this than eat a stupid chip that everybody's like, oh yeah, here we go, rug pulled the chip here, yeah, all the comments.
I mean, I think you could probably eat some like flaming hot Cheetos or something, and
Sure, yeah.
Still.
Well,
Like,
I mean, that's the thing. It's like jalapenos. I love them, but the next day, I'm out for, and that's a jalapeno. And those are like 50,000 Scovilles. This thing's like 9 million Scovilles. And I'm like, dude, what? You guys are gonna like literally try to kill me? I think Rami tried to kill me. That's what it was. He sent it to me, so I think it was a death warrant for me.
Yeah. Well, and Hex is about living longer and living healthier, right?
Exactly.
And having a higher quality of life, and so that's
right.
That's what matters.
Exactly. Not worried about it's all right. Yeah, I'm not worried about it. He already ate the chip. Yeah, exactly. Does. Yeah, you guys just didn't see it.
I think like a paid actor would also be a good solution for that.
Yeah. Just sit in. Just stream from the toilet. Yeah, that's probably, dude. Once I saw that one guy that he ate all these peppers, and he said he ate like 9 of the hottest peppers or some of the hottest peppers, and then that weekend he ate the chip, and then you could see him. He's this guy who chugged a gallon of milk that was curdled. He chugged it. And this guy is like crying and hugging the toilet after he ate this chip. And I was like, yeah, that's that guy's. I thought that guy was tough. If that guy is going to be hugging the toilet, that's something I'm probably not going to mess with. That would probably kill me. That will probably kill me.
Yeah.
So yeah, where did the chip go? Where did the chip go? Oh, here we go. Here we go. It's just like the ETH. Okay. Could you imagine the burn on the way out? Exactly. Hexo, born announcer, should be a late night host and do interviews. I like doing interviews. I love doing them. Stomach won't be the problem. It's the rear issues. Exactly. Let's see. So yeah, I mean, so hopefully everybody learned about discipline and how it could save you from emergency end staking. Hopefully it wasn't too redundant.
No, I mean, I think that was an outstanding topic for you to choose, and it totally fits with your theme of what you're doing and what Hex is. I mean, it's the perfect tie-in, right?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So what is now? What is the next thing? Do you guys have social? Is that what it is?
Yeah. So you and I are on, or you're on for another 4 minutes here.
Oh, okay.
And
sorry. Yeah.
And so we can kind of we could talk a little bit about what's going to be with the rest of the conference, what's going to happen. I could share the screen here and
yeah.
So there's a lot more awesome content to look forward to, and I know that today we've had awesome content. We've been so lucky. Hexologists and everybody else who spoke today has just been phenomenal, and so that trend will continue, and the quality of the content here on the Hexchange conference, it's like Hexo said, it's going to be a green candle that just continues to amaze us all. And you have to watch out with Hexo, because as he said on his show tonight, you don't want him to see any red. Like, he'll start yelling in the middle of a show, like, who sold? And he compared himself tonight to a bull that when he sees red, it's just
yeah, I start stamping my feet. I have, like smoke coming out of my nostrils. It's crazy. I can't even keep red blankets in my house. Yesterday, I told the story today. Yesterday my wife was flinging out a blanket to put on the bed And it happened to be red, and she's all putting it out there, and I start, stamp my feet and coming at her, and she just olays me. Thank heavens. I hate red. I hate red candles. So I mean, I'm super bullish. That's how bullish I am, guys.
That's right. And so tomorrow we'll carry up so tonight we'll have a social, and that'll be with Joe Hexotic. We'll be running one stream and I'll be running the other, and people will be welcome to join and come on camera just like we did last night. And then tomorrow, day 3 of the conference, it'll kick off with Bitfinesse, and then Silver the Antidote and Dev Kyle, and then we'll do a staking panel, and we'll have Kareem with his Dream Ladder, and Big Kurkowski has actually run a Bitcoin, his own Bitcoin mining operation, but now he mines using T-shares instead.
Yes.
And Firebun, he's been developing Staker app, and so those are this is a group of people who are going to each have a very unique perspective to speak about staking. And same thing for the game theory. It's going to be a group of people who have different angles on it. Crypto Kool-Aid, who is a video game architect and has made the background for the conference, he'll be one of the speakers, along with Randy Hilarski, who understands the game of promoting cryptocurrencies with social media. Silver the Antidote goes into the chainalysis and can talk about the game theory, about why the origin address will continue to be a positive force in Hex and something that should make people FOMO in, and instead of thinking some kind of FUD that isn't proven or really doesn't logically add up. And of course, Steph, who is the creator of the Staker app, he'll be also speaking on game theory, and he's the one who came up with the system, I believe, of the leagues. So gamifying through different fish in the sea, how many T-shares you have, it helps people to understand how important T-shares are. And then we'll have a keynote from the captain, RG3 himself.
I can't wait for that one. That one's ready. I can't wait. I can't wait to get onto that pirate ship.
That's right. And day 4 of the conference, there will be a price panel with a Big Pep, Yash Deep, and Abit switched with Hex Lion. So Hex Lion will be there with Dollar Cost Crypto. And then we'll have some talks from Randy Hilarski, John Wick, David Feeder, Joe Hexotic. And then I'll be doing a panel with Richard on self-health. And then to close out the conference, Richard will do a keynote.
That's awesome. Can't wait. It looks really good.
Awesome.
It's been awesome.
Well, thanks again, Hexologists, for all your support, including this conference. You're, like I said, the glue of the community. And, I don't think many of us wouldn't be here without you. So,
well, thank you. Thank you.
With that being said, we'll go ahead and say our goodbyes here.
All right.
And
take care, Maddie. Take care, everybody. Twitch.tv/the Hexologist.
Yes.
Yeah. There you go.
Make sure to catch this show every night. And
6:40 p.m. Eastern time.
We all do. So.
All right. Take care, Maddie.
Thanks. And now that we're at the end of the conference part, I want to make sure and invite everybody to the social, because we had so much fun last night, and this is one of the best parts of a conference, is to have be able to everybody come on screen and come together in a less serious environment. So let me go ahead and post the link here. Joe Hexotic is going to kick it off. And so I'd ask you all to go over to him, and then I'm going to shut down this stream and restart it, so we'll have more than one social going on at once.